and nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now before the moment flies.
For you men and ladies that dare to tread this channel, today may be an eye-opening episode for some, but for others, it may just be business as usual. You already know about this. You've heard about this for quite a while. You may have even experienced this. In the West, whether it be all the way in New Zealand or Australia, all the way back to Canada and the United States. In other westernized countries, such as the UK and Ireland, Wales. There's been a trend going on over the last 40 plus years. And that is tearing down or the destruction of the average man. Now, we're not talking about well-off men. We're not talking about the destruction of the upper class. They're doing well. They're flourishing. If you're a man of means, by the time the Trump administration is over, you're going to have even more money, more influence, more power. We're talking about the average man. We're talking about the average everyday guy in these countries who has been under attack in one way or another, whether it be by the ladies or whether it be by the laws. We're going to take a look at that tonight when it comes to false accusations, laws that have been set up against the advancement of manhood, what women have to say about it to warn men, as well as what other women have to say about it to use it against men. We just recently, over the past week, saw false accusations against the famous DJ and host of Rap City, Tigger. And we saw how his wife acted. Even though she knew she was on camera, she acted a fool. And based on the laws, he was arrested. So sit back, grab yourself a cup of cafe or some bottled water, and we're going to sit back and have an uncomfortable conversation about the United States of America versus men. But before we do, shout out to all you guys that are here. Shout out to all you 22 gentlemen and ladies who dare to tread this channel. Shout out to you who are being here. This is a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday evening. Glad to see that you guys here. Yes, sir, Tim. This is going to be a great topic. This is going to be eye-opening for some, and it's going to be encouraging to others. Yes, it is. It's that type of topic. It's that type of topic that's needed. You guys have often heard me say that I left the United States not just because of ladies. That was not my thought pattern. Mine was A, better lifestyle, B, better laws. Love and the ladies came last on the totem pole for me. Now, I know on social media, they'll try to hype us up into saying the passport bros or black men who are expats You left because you couldn't find a woman in the United States. Au contraire, mon frere. Many of us left because of lifestyle, cost of living, healthcare, lack of peace and or happiness. But at the end of the day, a lot of us did not leave because of you late. On the contrary. Let's get started with the shout out. Shout out to Ronan here early. Or maybe I'm late. Shout out to Ronan being in the building. Ronan, I need to get with you. I'm going to send you a video clip of a woman in the Philippines, right? She does an excellent commentary and breakdown of dating in the Philippines, what it's like. And so I would love to do a reaction of that with you. So it's about a 20-minute clip, but you and I could do a whole show on it. So I'm going to send you that clip, and then you and I can get together next week in regards to what day works best with you. But it's a really, really good, and she's very nice. She's engaged to a guy from the States, very professional. She reminds me of Filipino P type of behavior, very ladylike. And so and I've watched her content before. I might even ask her to come on the show, come to think of it. But as for now, we're going to do the reaction to one of her videos. I've had it for a few weeks sitting on it. I just never reached out to you to really show you or send you that video. But yeah, definitely want to get together with you in regards to that sometimes next week. Salute to you, brother. Salute to you and all you ex and current military men and ladies out there. Love crossing borders, my brother Dre. Good morning from the Philippines. Drinking my cafe, so am I. Enjoying some late night coffee. He said, wow, in the lab. Yes, sir. Gotta have the lab like Dexter. Yes, sir. He said, the law has been weaponized against black men for a long time. And our black women use it too. And we're going to notice that in today's episode. The laws have been weaponized against the average man. A lot of times when women say, well, men have this right and men are in charge of the laws. No, well-off men are in charge of the laws. And well-off men, men of means, they're the ones that are able to get away with certain things. But average, everyday men around the world don't have rights. Be a perfect example that women don't realize. Women don't realize that men only had, the average man only had the right to vote only 50 years prior to women. I don't think women realize that. Women think that the average everyday guy has always had the right to vote, and we didn't. Just like you ladies had to fight for the right to vote, average everyday men, because if you weren't a businessman or a landowner, you did not have the right to vote in the United States for many moons. If you weren't influential, if you weren't part of the upper crust, you were not allowed as a average everyday guy the right to vote. You had to prove yourself before they allowed you to vote in the United States. So a lot of people don't realize that was taking place and that the average guy has only been able to vote 50 years prior to women. But let the ladies tell it. We've always had certain rights, and that's not true. Yes, sir. Ronan says, hit that like button. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, guys, for sharing the live and hitting the like button. We appreciate that, guys. We got 31 in the building. I hope this encourages you, a lot of you guys, not just to relocate, but just to understand the atmosphere or the arena that you're in back home in the States. Like I said, I love all countries. I am not anti-American. I'm very pro-American. Let me put this music on pause for a second. And I'm not going to go into a rant. I want you guys to know, a lot of times when you hear me say things about our country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, it may come across in the minds of many, Andre is anti-American. I am probably one of the most pro-Americans that you will ever meet because I don't lie about America. I don't have this fictitious pie in the sky idea about our country. I believe our country has amazing things to offer this planet. But I also believe that there's some areas of opportunity in our country that other countries have solved. America is a good country. Our infrastructure is trash. Let's be real. The only time we can brag about our infrastructure in America is when we compare it to third world countries. Like we compare America's infrastructure to Bolivia. But if you compare it to Medellin, Colombia, America cannot compete. Most American cities cannot compete to Medellin. Let's be real. It can't compete with parts of the Philippines. Parts of Thailand blows American infrastructures out. Let's not talk about China and talk about the advancement of the train rails in Europe and Japan. We don't have that in America. So other countries do have things that we can glean off of, just like there are many things about our country that people can glean off of us as well. That's why I love this planet, because I'm learning that there are bits and pieces to be learned from most, notice I didn't say all, but most of the countries around the world. There's some countries that are just so, they've got a long way to go. Let's put it like that. So when you hear me talk, I am very, very, very pro-America. But I'm not pro-America in everything, because we have not mastered everything. We've mastered a lot over a 400 plus year period. Shout out to the United States for celebrating its 250th birthday. But we've got a long, long way to go in many other areas as well. So shout out to the United States. I love our country. Let's get back to the music. All right, let's continue on with the shout outs and let Andre shut up. David Dice of the Dice family. Glad to see you here. David says this. He say, this just is the Devin Haney, the boxer, has to pay his child support $20,000 a month due to her false allegations of domestic violence. You're going to see that tonight. You're going to see how common this is tonight, which plays a role in the court proceedings. Absolutely correct. So sad, man. That is so sad. Dave says this. He said the U.S. is a horrible place for men. Respectfully. The average guy is going through the blues like the average woman. I'm going to say this again. Women, ladies, us average guys are going through the blues just like you ladies. I know historically you ladies have gone through the blues a lot worse, but I'm telling you now, the average guy is going through the average blues with politics, the whole atmosphere of relationships, just like you ladies are. The only difference is you ladies love to play the victim and men don't. Men don't. Down, aka D. Don JP. Shout out to Don JP in the building. He said, good evening, Andrea and chat family. Catch you on the replay. Shout out to the replay crew. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys on the replay. And shout out to them Detroit boys. My brother Nate in the building.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with me. You know where we from. He said, yes, big bro Dre. He said, yesterday's show was funny, but the truth. He said, I got the Detroit style. Oh, don't even do that to me. They got a Chicago style pizza spot down here. I'm going to have to make my own Detroit style pizza. I miss the D style pizza. I ain't gonna even lie. That thick crust with all that sauce on top. And even though I don't eat meat, I can put my veggie burger on top and with the cheese. Ooh wee. And don't let the corner. I like the corner part. I like that corner part with the thick crust, and don't let that. This is the cool part. We put butter on the pan, so that butter can melt off into the crust. Oh my goodness. Yes, brother. I ain't mad at you with the pineapple fago. You are doing it right, brother. You are doing it right. Yes, sir. Shout out to my brother Ahmad Milner in the building. Glad to see that you're here, sir. Glad to see that you're here. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. And we got Bronx in the building. It's going to be a good show tonight. We got Bronx in the building. Yes, sir. He said, good night, brother. Good evening to you as well, brother. Yes, sir, Dave. Salute to you also, brother. Salute to you also. Glad to see you guys are here. Let me scroll down. Dave says this. He says the professional boxer Devin Haley just lost his. Yeah, you guys were just talking about that too. Goodness gracious. And shout out to my brother Keith in the building, representing all the truck drivers out there, as well as all you guys that are out there that are working, blue collar guys, all you HVAC guys. Shout out to you guys who are electricians. Shout out to all you guys that work in the factories, the plants, and the warehouses across the United States and beyond. Shout out to all you guys that are real world workers. Shout out to all you construction guys that keep the infrastructure that we do have going. And shout out to all you dock workers that when a ship comes in, you make sure everything is loaded and unloaded, making sure we get all our Amazon packages. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to Bobby in the building. Bobby said, I don't care. I'm still first. Shout out to Twan being here as well. Shout out to you, Twan, being in the building. Salute to you as also. And we got my brother T-Mac. T-Mac, I got to get with you. I want to do an episode next week also with you and a couple of other brothers in Medellin in regards to, is Colombia still worth it? Is moving to Colombia still worth it? Because a lot of people are panicking because the U.S. dollar is plummeting in Colombia. It used for many moons, it used to average about 4, almost 5 to 1. And guys got spoiled. When I came to Colombia, it was like a little under 3 to 1. And it's on its way back there. And a lot of guys are panicking that their U.S. dollar doesn't have the strength that it used to have. So the question that I have, I want to put together a nice little panel in regards to that. Is Colombia still worth it, the bang for its buck? To me, because I came down here when it wasn't high, the dollar was not that strong, when it was only 2,700, less than 3 to 1, I was cool with that. I thought I was living in heaven. 3 to 1, now that it's no longer 4 to 1 or 4.5 to 1, a lot of people are panicking. And so I want to do an episode that shows people that, hey, Colombia, South America, Brazil, as well as these other countries around the world, they're still worth relocating to. So I want to get with you, and as well as maybe 1 or 2 other brothers in regards to that. Shout out to Jay Anderson, the great, in the building. Glad to see that you're here, Jay. Glad to see that you're here, Dre. Salute to all the brethren. Yes, sir. Glad to see you guys are here. And my brother Leo, what's up? Oh, we doing it right tonight. And salute to you as well. Salute to you as well, Jay. Mr. 007 himself. Hope you're having a great day, great week as well. What's up, Dre? He said, and chat, he said, if I leave because I can't get a woman in the States, what's it to you? Right. What's it to you? Why do they care so much if we left because of the ladies? Why? We don't care when they leave because of men. Why do they care so much when we leave if it was because of the ladies? Right. He said more women for guys like ASM, Alpha Male Strategy, and less bums like myself to crow around, crow the market. He said, I'll be everything that you hate. No problem. Absolutely correct. No problem. Say what you will as I get on the planes. I'm with you, brother. I am with you. What up, Doe 313?
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with that man, because we got LJ the Southern Vegan backing that man up. Don't play with the Detroit boys. You know how they get in public. You know how they get in public. Let me scroll down a little further, because I got my brother Zayda with the hola. Shout out to you being here. Glad that things are working great for you. T-Mac says this. He said, black men might have a different view of America because we fit into a system that was designed for us. That's a good way of putting it. He said, we are one of the most patriotic minority groups, despite I would easily say that. I agree 100%. I'm going to tell you something. I think black people love America more than white people. I think black people feel that we sacrifice far more blood for the development of America than white people. I know white people feel like, yeah, we did this, we did that. No, black people did it involuntarily to the point that we did it voluntarily. That's how long we've been at it. We've been building America from the point of doing it involuntarily all the way to the point to where we actually were voluntarily protecting what we did involuntarily. So I'm not mad at black folks for loving America more than white people. I'm gonna tell you that now. That is not a slander. That is not a slur. That's not a put down to black people. It's just a fact. It is what it is. We put in more blood in the game. It is what it is. Yeah, white people, y'all the race car driver. Y'all speed racer, right? But dang it, black people built the engine, the motor, the transmission. Well, the motor is the engine. The transmission, the chassis. Black people put in the muffler. Yeah, you the driver, white people. We'll give you that. We'll give you that one. We built the frame. Black people gave America the paint job. We gave America the turbo. It was America without black people will only be running on a 4-cylinder. With black people have made America be able to run on 12 cylinders. We've given you everything just in the music genre alone. Black people created or mastered every form of music genre there is. Country, we created that. Blues, we created that. Jazz, we created. Rock and roll, we created that. Disco, we created that. Hip hop, we created that. R&B, we created that. Pop music, we created that. There's not a genre of music and or dance that we don't have our thumbprint on. So I understand why black people have a love for the United States far more than white people. White people think that they do because you put them on camera more. I'm here to tell you, you can put all the white people you want on camera. Off camera, black people love America. Black people have skin in the game, blood in the soil. Blood in the soil. Shout out to black folks. My brother T-Mac says this. He say, not being conspiracy theorists, he said, but the peso is starting to get stronger against the dollar since Agent Zero moved to Cali. This is true. Hey, T-Mac. Hey, this is true. I never thought of, ever since 0 milligram. Hey, we're gonna have to hit him up, man. Ever since 0 milligram moved to Cali, Colombia, the Colombian dollar has gotten strong. The pesos has gotten stronger and stronger. Well, another reason why also, which is a good conspiracy, by the way, that you presented. He said, is it a coincidence? I say not, my friend. I say not. I have to concur with you. Ever since Zero moved here over the last 6 months, all of a sudden, the Colombian pesos get super strong. But what they're saying is this. The Colombian pesos is getting stronger. The American dollar is not necessarily getting weaker as much as the pesos is getting stronger because of so many foreign investors are investing around the world in Colombia now. There's a lot of money coming in around the world from foreign investors into this country. So this is a great time to be here, to see it go from one type of country to another type. Shout out to my brother Simple Logic. Shout out to Simple Logic being here. Let me scroll down a little further. Andrew Craig Jr. is in the building. He says this. He said, this topic is why I'm on monk mode. Looking for countries to relocate. That's exactly how you started. Looking for countries to relocate. Let me scroll down a little further because we got my brother Kofi in the building. And Kofi says this Detroit style pizza. Okay, maybe some of y'all have never seen Detroit style pizza, or maybe you didn't know it was Detroit style pizza. You've seen it, you've had it, you just didn't know it was Detroit style pizza. Let me show you Detroit style pizza, which is, of course, my favorite. Detroit style pizza. Yeah, image to look at. Yes, sir. Let's go here. All right, let me move myself out of the way. This is Detroit style pizza. You guys that have had it before, but you didn't know. You see how thick the crust is? Detroit style pizza is the only pizza that's actually made with a thick crust. You see how they have it in a square pan or rectangular pan? That's Detroit style pizza. See how thick that is? Oh, with the crunchy crust. You put butter in the pan so the butter can melt off into the crust. So you can add all your sauces to it. That's Detroit style. So some of you have, like I said, some of you have seen it. You just didn't know that it was called Detroit style pizza, but that's what it actually is, a Detroit style pizza. It's like a blend between the New York style. You can blend New York style pizza in the almost like a Chicago style pizza. That's what Detroit style pizza is. We're the only ones with the extra thick crust. That's Detroit style. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all gonna make me a Detroit style pizza this weekend. So shout out to all the Detroit style pizza lovers out there. Shout out to you guys. Yeah. Yep, it's similar to the shot. Like I said, it's like a blend of Chi-Town pizza and New York style pizza. New York style pizza is very simple to the point, but it's really good. Chicago style has a lot more seasons, a lot more seasoning, a lot more, different flavors, a lot more vegetables. But it's kind of like Chicago style is like a pie, a thick pie. But what if you could have the New York style, simple to the point but delicious, but the thick crust of Chicago style and the seasonings of Chicago style without as many vegetables. That's what Detroit style is. That's what Detroit style is. Yes, sir. Yep. It's like a blend between the two. I love Detroit style pizza. Let me make sure I don't miss anybody. Looks like I've gotten everybody here. Shout out to all 43 in the building. Make sure you guys click the like button. Appreciate that, gentlemen. Shout out to Chill Howard. I'm being nosy. Gilbert Arenas. What happened to Gilbert? T-Mac says the U.S. would not have been great without the contributions of Black Americans. He said, if you look at the inventions alone, this is absolutely correct. The inventions alone, from medical to technological, dude, America we'd be living in the 16th century if it was not for the contributions of Black people. This is absolutely correct. He said, if you look at the inventions alone, Black people will be amazed. Yet people are fed propaganda that we need or we did nothing. That is so true. They never talk about our engineering, science, medical achievements. Absolutely correct. Let me scroll down a little further because we got Jay Anderson, the great Detroit style pizza is much thicker. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Much thicker. He said, did you say Detroit style pizza had more simple or more simple? No, I did. No, I said it was the recipe is simple, like like New York style pizza. New York style pizza just to the point, and it's delicious. You make sure you got the right ingredients, the right sauce, bada bing, bada boom. That's how Detroit style pizza is. But we also take a lot of influences from Chicago style. He said, I love New York. He said, I rock with Detroit. Chicago ain't it. I like Chi-Town, man. I like it. I like Chi-Town pizza for every once in a while. Every once in a while, I like a Chi-Town pie pizza. It's got so many ingredients. You know, as a vegetarian, pescatarian, I like the vegetables in the middle. But that's not all the time. Because I don't like the fact with Chicago style pizza, you may eat 2 slices. You'll pay for a whole pizza pie, but it's so thick in Chicago with so many vegetables and everything in the middle of it, so much cheese, you might make it through 2 slices. So now you got 6 slices left that you're gonna take home or eat later. To whereas a Chicago style or Detroit style, you ain't gonna have no leftovers. Yes, sir. And Zeta says this. He said, it's bad. He said it's bad because many Black folks don't know about these Black inventors or what they look like. This is so true, and this is sad. He said, yep. He said the diarrhea with the Chicago style is for real. Shout out to Chi-Town. Let's change the music up. Like I said, guys, tonight's topic is very important. And it's about letting men know, hey, it's a whole new era. And you guys are going to have to be careful because a lot of these women are conniving now. A lot of these women are hurt because you left them. They're hurt because you didn't choose them. They're hurt because you overlooked them. They're hurt because their mama was hurt or their grandmother got hurt. And so they're carrying the pain of the other women. I'll say that again. A lot of women walk around hurt, not because of what they experienced, but because they grew up in a household with hurt women. And now as adults, they carry around pain that they never even experienced themselves. And so in many cases, guys, this is not the 90s. These are not 90s ladies. This is not the early 2000s. These are not the ladies from the 70s or 60s. This is a whole new breed of ladies. And I'm telling you guys got to be careful. This is not to brag on foreign women. This is nothing about how tonight's episode is not about the foreign ladies. It's about if you're going to stay. Most men are going to stay in the United States. So let's be real. So it's also my job to prepare you to love the United States, right? And one of the things you're going to have to become at peace with the era of yesteryear when it comes to marriages. It ain't like it used to be. Women know how to use and manipulate the laws. So it's our job to be prepared to stand against that. Shout out to my brother being in the building. He said ninjas be in Walmart with the baby mamas like, yep, putting themselves in situations that are uncalled for. Now, I have nothing against you guys that want to be with baby mamas. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against that at all. But when I did it, it didn't give me any peace. It didn't give me any benefits. There was no ROI, return on my investments for being the father or stepdad of another man's kids. He walks around and reap the benefits of all the hard work I put in to make sure those kids graduated college. So be it. Shout out to my brother Zay in the building. Salute to you as well, brother Zay. Hope everything is going great with you and your lady. Zay says this. He said, Brother Dre and the panel. He said, I was told the other day that the dollar is only dropping because the political climate in Colombia. There are several factors. And what I've read, the research that I've read over the past couple of weeks, is going to drop down under, they say by December, the dollar will go back to what it was, which was 2,800 to 1, 2,700 to 1. It's not done dropping. It's not done dropping. But just to encourage you guys, when I first moved to Colombia, it was getting a bang for my buck. It was only 2,700 to 1. I moved to Colombia when it was between 2,500 to 2,700 to 1. Pay for play? Well, pay for play was only $17 for a baddie. I'll say that again. Only $17. 60,000 pesos. Now you guys are paying $100 USD, 400,000 pesos. So this shift is going to impact everybody, but it doesn't move me because I knew I was around for those early numbers. And I still think it's worth his bang for his buck. He said, after the new president takes office, the dollar should stabilize and increase. We shall see, my friend. I'm thinking the same thing, but I'm hope. But all the forecasts I'm coming across is saying it's still going to dive down, and it's going to stabilize right around 2,800, almost 3 to 1. Yeah, and when you're paying local prices, you good. You good. Zeta says this. He said, if you ninjas want to be with baby mamas, don't call me to be your therapist when ish goes wrong. This is true. Tori in the building. Tori said, evening, Dre. Thank you for sporting the braces. Thank you for sporting the braces. Never out. Never out of sight. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you, Tori, for acknowledging I am wearing braces and not suspenders. What's the difference? Suspenders are the ones that clamp on at the bottom, clamp onto your slacks. Suspenders go one side to the back. Braces are like that Y shape behind you, and they connect to the button inside of your slacks. Absolutely correct. Shout out to the fashion insightful. Yes, most guys have not. I'll usually get compliments like, man, those are nice suspenders you got on. And I always have to correct people. I don't wear suspenders. I wear braces. I let old dudes wear braces. Like I said, braces have those metal clamps at the bottom. I mean, suspenders have those metal clamps at the bottom. That's how you know somebody's wearing suspenders. When you see those metal clamps, those are suspenders. Braces connect to buttons that are inside your pants. And they have that Y shape in the back. Shout out to you, brother. And shout out to Tim Howard being in the building. He says, simps help increase women's demands. This is true. Let's continue on. Let's get started with the video, gentlemen. Let's get started with the video. Let me turn the music down just a little bit. And shout out to you guys supporting the channel by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats. I know things have been a little slow lately when it comes to donating to the channel. Hope you guys increase a little bit more tonight. We appreciate that. We appreciate that because you know me, I will show you that American woman. So show your boy some love. Let's get started.
Whether they know it or not, has created a lever that they've handed to women in a relationship. It allows them to use that lever on men through the threat of divorce. Because most men have heard the nightmares that other men have gone through when they've had to go through divorce. The loss of access to their children, the loss of their finances, the emotional devastation, the alcoholism, the potential for losing your life. I mean, there's all kinds of terrible, terrible things. The social isolation, people thinking that you're the bad guy, not to mention all the time, energy and love you put into this relationship. Losing it is the last thing that we want to have happen. And we will, like I said earlier, do just about anything to preserve that relationship. And she knows it. And she knows it. And not only that, but she knows that you've got a legal reason to try to avoid divorce at all costs. She realizes that the court systems are on her side.
And so for 50 years, women have ruined men in family court. Women have taken men to the cleaners. They have taken the house, the kids, and put that man on child support and alimony. But now women are getting a taste of their own medicine.
Max and I have 50-50 custody, and I recently got a better job than him. He's now saying I should pay him child support, but that's ridiculous. How can you help me? If you make more money than your ex, then it is quite possible that you will end up paying him child support. I know that some people feel like that's outrageous. Only men should pay child support.
Only going to see a rollback and more fair laws when women start getting treated like men do. So I say, put your ex-wife on alimony, especially if she was a bitch. Put her on alimony.
Like I said, you can find a good lady in the United States. Yes, you can. You can't find good laws in the United States. That's why you'll hear me talk about the ladies, but I'm going to tell y'all something. That's not where my gripe is. My gripe has never been with black women, white women, Latin women, Asian women, because they only do what the law allows. The law allows them to talk crazy to you. The law allows them to put out false statements about you, like Tigger, who got arrested, and we saw the video. He was not attacking his wife, and by law, they still put him in jail, didn't they? We all saw on the video, this man was not attacking his wife. He does not have a track record for attacking a wife. He has no arrest that we know of, right? And Tigger still went to jail. Those are the laws. When women talk crazy to y'all in the United States, that's legal. I'm sorry. I'm going to talk directly to my brothers. It's legal for women to talk crazy to you. It's legal for women to put false statements on you, whether it be saying that you're the father when you are not, or saying that you hit them when you didn't, or putting a restrainer on you, order on you, changing the locks on the house that you've been paying for the last 15 years. It's legal. It's not the ladies. The ladies aren't breaking the laws.
What I'm seeing more and more often, y'all, is men who are getting trumped up charges brought against them, false accusations from women who have not done their work. So what happens is the woman will be emotionally unstable. They will get into an argument and she will call law enforcement and she will lie or she will exaggerate what actually happened. And now this man is getting arrested, or he's fearing for his life because he may get shot and killed due to her emotional state and her calling law enforcement. He could get taken out simply because you call 911 because you ain't got your emotions in order. So,
and let's look at it from the perspective of an arrest. Remember, I said this episode is dedicated to us men being careful, especially if you're going to stay in the States. And I don't care who you are. Don't give me that. I got a good one. She treats me like this, blah, 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 blah. I'm happy for you. But you still live in a country full of minefields. I'll say this again. You may have a great woman, and I'm happy for you, and I mean that. But you still live in a country which at any point in time in your relationship, that woman can pull out the laws on you. And don't ever think what a woman won't do today, she won't do tomorrow. I'll say this again. Don't ever be fooled. And I mean from your mama to my mama, to your aunties to my aunties, to your wife to your girlfriend. Whatever laws that are available for them to use, it's legal for her to use those laws anytime she wants. So let's talk about arrests. The arrests is not just you. The arrest is also, you're not only losing your freedom. You were supposed to be at work on Monday. Well, you don't see the judge until Monday afternoon. You were supposed to be at work Monday morning. You could lose your job. Losing your job means losing your income. Losing your income means that you might fall behind on bills until you get another job. Falling behind on bills means this could impact your credit rating. Impact your credit rating in the United States means that you put yourself in a position of limitations. All this because you got arrested one time through false accusations. I didn't say you went to prison and you did 3 years in prison. I just said the initial arrest and you didn't make it to work on Monday. Because she wasn't going to call your job and tell your job, well, you know he's sick. She wasn't going to do that. She was the one that got you arrested. You know you can't call collect to your job. You can't call one of your boys and have one of your boys call your job because they're going to say, why is your boy calling and not you or your spouse or your girlfriend? You might be able to pull it off if one of your sisters or your mama call. But if you're in jail, let's say a week, there are very few jobs that's going to allow you to stay off a week unless you're applying for FMLA, medical leave. When I say be careful, guys, I'm not just saying this just to say it. I'm saying that now this is the norm. Women using the law against you is the norm. Yes, most women aren't doing this. I'll say this. Most women are not doing this. But just like Muhammad Ali said, if I see 1,000 snakes coming my way, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not going to wait around to see which one is venomous and which ones aren't. I'm going to get it out of the way. So for all you dudes that think that your girl is non-venomous, cool. But that for all the other guys that are out there, we don't know who's venomous and who isn't. That's how dangerous the atmosphere is for men in the United States now. That's how dangerous it is. So let's continue on, gentlemen. And even when you got women now warning us, you got women warning men about the behavior of some women when it comes to false accusations. Let's bring that back. Laws.
What I'm seeing more and more often, y'all, is men who are getting trumped up charges brought against them, false accusations from women who have not done their work. So what happens is the woman will be emotionally unstable. They will get into an argument and she will call law enforcement and she will lie or she will exaggerate what actually happened. And now this man is getting arrested, or he's fearing for his life because he may get shot and killed due to her emotional state and her calling law enforcement. He could get taken out simply because you call 911 because you ain't got your emotions in order. So girl, learn how to check your emotions, learn how to get the help and the therapy that you need, and dig that out, because God forbid that something happened to a man out there simply based on the fact that you chose not to dig out your shit because you're emotionally unstable. Go get the fuck out of here.
I'm going to tell you something. She is not lying. She's not lying. Some of you guys are going to go to jail or get into an argument or get into a scuffle or get into a major disagreement for the ex. This woman is exposing that a lot of us men are going to get incarcerated or end up becoming incarcerated or have the police called on us because she's still mad at her ex-boyfriend. You were the second choice, bro, if not the fifth choice. And because she still has emotional damage from her ex-boyfriend, all that is being spewed on you. A, because the ex-boyfriend is not around. B, because she still loves and wishes she had the ex-boyfriend. And C, lastly, the ex-boyfriend has moved on. So he's not around. She still wants him, but he's moved on. And the person who she's going to use as her emotional punching bag, and you just think she crazy because the sex is good, is you. She can't put the ex-boyfriend in jail and put him through hell. So she's not going to do it to his kids. So she's going to do it to you. This is the atmosphere in which many of you live in the States. Once again, this is not all women. This is not most women, but it's too many women for you to be able to know who is who now. It's such a norm. You don't know if this good, soft-spoken woman who has a great job is on your side, or is it Aisha and LaQuisha from the hood that's on your side? You don't know who is who anymore. Is it the female that's wearing the mini skirt with her breast hanging out that's on your side, or is it the female that's wearing a sundress that's on your side? It used to be the sundress females used to be the ones that you could depend on because their behavior and how they carry themselves was supportive and conducive to a relationship. Now you can't even tell if the chick in the sundress will be the main one to get you locked up or put a hit out on you for insurance money. You don't know who to trust now. My brother Zay says this. Shout to Zay in the building. Zay says this, and shout to all 57 of you gentlemen in the building. Appreciate you guys. He said, when I went to jail because of false DV charges, I couldn't work. I couldn't get to work with it on my record. Took me 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years to clear off my record, and thousands of dollars. He had to pay to get back in position that he was initially in, and lost it all because of a hurt or scorned woman. This is one of our brothers who lives here in Colombia now, who's living in a happy, peaceful scenario. But back then, wasn't so happy, and it wasn't so peaceful. Zay gives us a part 2, and he says this. He said, my homie went to jail last year because his own daughter lied on him. He had a weed pen in the car. He's struck in the States. He's stuck in the States now and lost over $20,000 fighting the case for 2 years. We've all have, not say we all, but so many of us, if I sat back and I just said, guys, share your story, there are so many of us that have stories just like Zay and his homeboy. And the atmosphere is even worse than ever. Some of you guys, my white brothers, I know you want to be with your white queens. Our brothers, I know you want to be with your black queens. Asian brothers and Latin brothers, I know y'all want to be with y'all queens too. But I'm telling you, the atmosphere is so conducive to for the destruction of the average man. Why do I say the average man? Because if you're a man of means or finances, this is not a part of your norm. Or is it? Because we're going to see some men that are well off tonight that are going through the same detriment that average guys are going through. Our brother says this. Shout out to Teo being in the building. Mr. Grant says this. He said, I lost my job with a spotless record of 17 years because a new female manager, well, she didn't like me. I've had friends lose jobs because of women that didn't like them. And I've had friends lose jobs because of women that liked them. One woman, a good friend of mine, went to HR, started sharing stories about a friend of mine who was in upper management, who was dating her friend. Okay, why did she do that? Did he do something to a friend? No. The one that went to HR was pissed and jealous because she liked my boy before the other chick who he was dating, which was her friend. So because she was pissed that my dude chose her friend to be his work wife per se, the hater went to HR and got that man fired. And if you think it can't happen to you at work, it can happen to you at work as well. Mr. 007 said, that's exactly why I'm on monk mode until I leave. That's one of the reasons I did. I didn't want any problems. I didn't want any false accusations. That's why I was pretending like I was going to be, because some of y'all dudes will do that. You will lie to a woman in the United States all the way until the day that you're leaving. And then all of a sudden you're like, I'm moving to Brazil. She's like, what? I'm moving to Brazil next week. And she's thinking that it's just next week, but she doesn't know you have been planning for almost 5 years to move to Brazil, 15 years to move to Brazil. She came along 3 years before you got ready to leave, and you've been lying to her ever since. So for 3 years, you've been lying to that woman and not telling her that you're moving to Brazil, knowing that you started your plans to move to Brazil 5 years ago. And so when you say I'm moving to Brazil, she thinks it's something that you just came up with from out of the blue. Some of you dudes got to stop laying. If there was anything that I would say that I did right when I left the United States, is this. I didn't leave with any grieving hearts. Nobody got lied to. I didn't leave and somebody was hurt and torn apart. All the women that I know of are living happy lives that dated me prior to me leaving. And I mean that. Every woman that I know after I left the States, every single one of them are living really good, peaceful lives. Why? I didn't pretend like I was going to still be in the States knowing I was leaving. In other words, I did just like my brother. I went on monk mode. When I started dating Andrea, everybody knew. Why? Because I was on monk mode with the women in the States, so it was easier for me to meet a woman out of the States, and I didn't have to pretend or hide it. I see some of you dudes got to hide your cell phone from your Colombian girlfriend texting. Why? Because you still live with the chick in the States. So now your Colombiana girlfriend, you really can't talk to her like you want to. Why? Because you still lying to stateside chicks. Let's be real. I'm being honest, guys. Because I see this all the time. We will lie to the stateside chick, and then we got to sneak around and talk on the phone or send a text to our Colombiana chick, right? Our chick in the Philippines or in Thailand, right? I'll be back in a couple of months, baby. Yeah, I love you too. Te amo, amor, te amo. Right? Te amo. I love you too. Amor mio, 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 amor, amor mio. But us dudes that go on monk mode in the States, we ain't got to have our phone from nobody. You know why? We could text women from around the world. You know why? Because when we're in the States, we ain't got nobody that we are serious with. If we're dating somebody in the States, or if we're not dating somebody in the States, there is nothing serious going on, because I'm leaving the United States in 5 years. So I'm not going to start something serious, or I'm not going to start anything at all. So shout out to all those brothers that took advantage of monk mode. Andrew says this. He said, somewhat on topic, saw a woman lose her job because the other women didn't like her. I tried to help her, but she left while I was on vacation. They, meaning women against women, are vicious. I can only imagine if it was a guy. And that's another factor. If we know that women will do this to themselves, to each other, crabs in a bucket against each other, can you imagine how they feel against the average guy? Yes, sir. SYSBM, save yourself, black man. If you're going to stay there in the States, put yourself in a position to save yourself. Get a trust, get a living trust. If it were me and I'm staying in the States, this is an era of setting. I didn't say just get a prenup. I said get a trust. Put everything in the trust. You've got the power of attorney over the trust. Any female want to come after money for you, you ain't got nothing. What did the Rockefellers say? Was it the Rockefellers, I believe? Own nothing, control everything. Own nothing, control everything. Tori says this. He said, take Theo's classes, become a cloud engineer. Shout out to you and Theo. Work from home. Better leave America. Stay out of the office. Hang up if Keisha calls. Step-by-step instructions. Couldn't have said it better myself. Couldn't have said it better myself. Global Homie says this. Shout out to Global Homie in the building. He said, punch me in the face while I was driving, looked me dead in the eye, and said, what the F are you going to do? Call the police? You're a black man. You're the one that's going to jail. And she was black. For a second, as I was reading it, I thought it was a white girl until you said she was black. When I say that these women are weaponizing the law against many of us men, I'll say this again throughout the show, not most women. This is not talking about most women. But yes, these laws exist so most women can take advantage of them. Even though most women aren't taking advantage of them, these laws are there for all women to use against you. That's what I'm talking about. He says this, Ronan says this. He said, Howard Hughes on paper looked broke, but owned everything through holding. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's my goal. Put us in a position to where I have my holding companies in Panama and my corporations, which will be off branches, will be based in the United States, UAE, and other countries. But my holding company will not be in the United States. It will be offshore. And that offshore company will own the other corporations. And the other corporations will have me and Andrea and our family members as employees. And we'll receive a certain allowance all our bills. And I kid you not, the first time I ever heard of a trust, I was maybe 24 in the feds. True story. In the feds. And it was this older white guy. And he was only doing like 2 years. Even though he got away with like $10 million, he still owned so much of the money. He probably still had 8 million of the money, right? Because he had put it in holdings, and the holdings owned the trusts, right? I mean, the holdings own the corporations. So I had never heard of trust before. So he was trying to explain to me, he's like, Dre, man, when you get out, do this, do that, do this. And he said, I haven't seen an electric bill. I haven't seen a mortgage payment. He said, my kids' college payment, I have never seen a receipt for anything. And I'm thinking to myself, like, you never seen an electric bill? Notice I'm only 24. I'm in the feds. And I didn't understand what holding companies were, and I didn't know what trusts were and all that. He said, Andre, everything that I have, from my utilities to my life insurance policies that need to be paid on, to my money that goes out into my investments, everything is automatically allocated through my trust. He says, so that's why I don't see certain bills or certain receipts that you guys see every month. And this was in the 90s. Remember, this is like 93, 94. And then other guys introduced me to a book called Banking in Silence: How to Bank on a Global Basis. And so, like I said, while everybody else is in the feds at the basketball court, man, I'm gleaming from people around the world that were far more intellectual than me. So I learned dividend stocks and investments in dividends and ETFs and stock options. I learned to read the Wall Street Journal. I learned to read The Economist. I learned to read the Robb Report. All this, these rich white dudes that got caught up on white collar crimes where they got away with $20 million, even though the crime was 100 million, they still got 20 million when they get out. These dudes would sit me down, man. I kid you not. A lot of times I was the only dude that would sit down and listen. That's how I got turned on to Toastmasters, the public speaking organization, through white dudes. The other brothers, they were too busy at the basketball court. They were too busy, shooting dice. And I'm not saying that I was special. I was just the only one that was like, I'm not leaving prison the same person that I came in as. I was determined to leave like Malcolm X. That's why I could relate to that movie, because he came in as one person and left as a completely different person, as if the other person never existed before. And that was my goal. So when the movie Malcolm X came out, I was like, man, that's my story. Because I read the book while I was in prison too, like 3 times. But these older, rich white dudes sat me down and taught me about banking on a global basis, taught me about trust, taught me about holding companies. So now when you guys talk about holding companies, I can understand it. I know exactly what you're talking about. When you day traders, when you talk about stock options, I know what you're talking about. All you guys that buy and sell currencies, I know what you're talking about. Because those guys just showed me so much love, man. So much love. Yes, a lot of pictures. Hey, I got you with that one, huh, Andrew? I got you with that one. A lot of dudes don't know about that Banking in Silence. That book is like $300 back in the day. So it's like $250, between $250. If you go on Amazon, I don't know if it's still there. On Amazon, it's like $250 to $400 for that book, Banking in Silence. He said, I actually bought that book, Banking in Silence. Yeah, a lot of dudes. Yeah. Them dudes taught me everything about understanding the ups and downs and the flows of wealth. And I was like, okay, cool. Some of it I implemented, some of it I'm still looking to implement. So yeah. Shout out to Ronan. He says so many levels of wealth and asset protection. I was just thinking about that, Ronan. Even with you, Ronan, when we interview you and talk to you, and you have so much to share about insurance and assets and protecting yourself, I'm gleaming off of you. I don't just sit back and say, well, let me have this special guest on, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm sitting back. I want to have people on this channel that we all can gleam off of each other. And so, yeah, because that's what I'm used to from the feds. Yeah, he said my uncle was a dope. He said my uncle was a dope and exposed to several levels of development books. The Napoleon Hills, yes, sir. Real estate, stock books. My Og Mandingo's books, yes, sir. The World's Greatest Salesman. You say mutual funds and construction. Absolutely correct. I found out about mutual funds when I was in the feds. It would amaze you how many rich people, how many famous and or rich people are locked up in the feds for being greedy. But that doesn't mean they don't still have their knowledge. And they're so used to daily, on a day-to-day basis, using their knowledge about business. When they got locked up in the feds, they had no outlets because they're not getting up in the morning, going to work and making more money. So they would use dudes like me to just, Dre, let me show you how to do this. Let me introduce you to this book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Read that, then I'm going to tell you about how real estate really works. And sometimes, man, they would have me in a classroom and it just be me, my note, true story, notepad and pen. And I got 2 or 3 older white dudes, man. Like, listen, I'm only 24, 25. I've got 50, 60, 70-year-old white dudes. And I'm telling you, dude, I'm in a room with dudes that's been doing these type of business deals for 20 years. These dudes know this stuff like reflex. And I would be sitting in the feds, kid you not, man. I'd be the only one in the classroom. And then every once in a while, I would convince some other brothers to come. So it'd be like 3 or 4 of us. And we sitting up there and we would have the New York Times, or we would have the Wall Street Journal, or the magazine, The Economist. Dude, I'm telling you, if y'all wonder how I got to be the opposite of what you think a person in prison was, it was not just being around the brothers. I realized that we all bring something to the table. So I am not pro just black brothers. You only learn from brothers. You only hang around brothers. You only do stuff that brothers do. I am not that dude, because the people that looked out for me the most when I was in the feds, when it came to knowledge, insight, understanding, and life after prison, was not the brothers. Was not the brothers. It was the white dudes. The brothers taught me the spiritual part. The brothers taught me how to eat better. So brothers taught me about my health, my mental health, my spiritual health. So I used the brothers for my mental and my spiritual health, my physical health. That's what the brothers brought to the table. The white boys brought the intellectual and the business side. The Latin brothers and the African brothers, the foreigners, taught me about looking at life on a global basis. So they would show me their homes in Mexico. They would show me their homes in the first time I ever saw Nigerian City was not on television. On television, they always showed us people with bugs on their face in Africa and everything. I'm looking at these photos that these guys have of their homes in Nigeria. I'm like, that's Nigeria? I said, that looks like a city in the States. Like, no, this is our main. Once again, this was in the 90s. So the first people that taught me how to think globally were guys that were from other countries locked up in the feds. So once again, if y'all ever wonder why I ain't got no fight stories or being in a riot type stories or no LGBTQ type stories, bruh, I wasn't around those dudes. All these other dudes got tough guy stories. Yeah, when I was in the Fed, then 5 dudes shanked another dude. I was not around when dudes was getting shanked. I was nowhere near that stuff, bruh. But I kid you not, the white brothers were the first one to tell me, hey, come to our Toastmaster meeting. I'm like, Toastmaster? What's that? It'll help improve your public speaking skills. I'll never speak publicly. What do I need public speaking skills for? But hey, I'm not doing anything. Maybe it will help me. And like I mentioned to you guys before, when we did the icebreakers, I was so naive. I didn't know what an icebreaker was. So when they said, give your icebreaker speech, your first speech, let's see how you speak. I thought icebreakers, you talked about ice. And I gave a speech on the difference between ice cubes, icicle, and icebergs. And I said it in a motivational speech way. Like in one way of life, sometimes in life you're dealing with this ice cubes. And then sometimes you're dealing with large icicles. And if you think the icicles were large, just imagine icebergs, but you only see in a part. And they said, great speech, Dre. Afterwards, the guys, it was a room full of white dudes, one other brother, and then it was me in front of the podium. And they said, good speech, Dre. That's not an icebreaker. And I'm like, what? It said, Dre. Oh, it's only 89 now? Oh, I might have to get a copy of that now. Hey, Dave, do me a favor. Could you send that to me? Let me know if it allows you to drop the link. If it allows you to drop the link to that Amazon. If it doesn't, just send it to me on my WhatsApp, and I'll drop the link into the comments. And that goes for any of you guys. If you have that Bacon in Silence, you could drop the link for us, guys. You know how sometimes YouTube allows certain people to drop the link. Right. I thought it was talking about ice. And they were like, yeah, you come back next week and we want to hear about you. That's an icebreaker. And I was, oh, okay. I thought it was icicles. Shout out to Black Lex in the building. Right. Brother, I have mastered the elevator. I know I'm long-winded on the show, but I have mastered the elevator pitch. I tell guys that with YouTube. I tell guys this. I said, if I were in an elevator and you wanted me to subscribe to your YouTube channel, when it comes to your title, when it comes to, we're in an elevator, lunch break. I left my cell phone in my desk. I'm coming up from the break room. When you and I are talking, you tell me you got a YouTube channel. I says, great, I'll support you. But I left my cell phone at my desk. What's the name of your YouTube channel? If you got something so complex that by the time I get off that elevator and walk to my desk, grab my cell phone to subscribe to your channel, and I can't spell your YouTube channel name, I forgot what your YouTube channel name because you try to be fancy smancy with it. You've got too many words in your YouTube name. I'm not going to subscribe to your channel. I tell people, keep your YouTube name under 3 words. Love Crossing Borders. Andrea Wallace TV. You want to keep it simple. You want to elevator pitch your YouTube name. But if it's so complex, you got to say, oh, it's spelled with 3 X's or 5 Y's. No, bruh. You got to elevator pitch everything, bruh. Absolutely correct. That's why you guys hear me. Somebody say, what's Love Crossing Borders? Well, with our channel, we help people find love. I'll give you a perfect example. Remember, I mentioned yesterday that we're going to be doing an interview next week of the one brother that was kind of joking on Instagram. His video went viral, when he was talking about, I met my wife in the jungles of Venezuela type of thing, right? And it was so funny. I just reached out to him. We talked on the phone yesterday, and I told him about the channel, Elevator Pitch. What's Love Crossing Borders about? Well, our channel, when it comes to international, we help people find love across borders or fall in love with the borders that they cross. He said, man, that is good. That is good. This guy was in the hospital. He had just hurt his back. And he actually gave me a call while he was in the hospital. He's in pain. He does not have time for me to sit back and say, oh, it's spelled with three Q's. Love Crossing Borders got 4 B's. People don't have time for that. Toastmasters taught me the elevator pitch. Love Crossing Borders help you find love across borders or fall in love with the borders that you cross. Bada bing, bada boom. He said, Jay is a perfect example of stepping into the unknown and learn. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Big brother in life is in the building. He says, so I completely understand your point of view. Most mentors have been people from other cultures and backgrounds. And it opened my mind to the world. Absolutely correct. You'll never see me sit back and just say, I became, if it wasn't for Black people. No, if it wasn't for all people, for me. For some of y'all, yes, Black people was the reason why you became who you are and successful today. Nothing wrong with that. As for Andre, no, I'm a globalist. I've learned and I'm still learning from some of everybody from every walk of life. Shout out to my brother JB in the building. He said, just coming in late. You're right on cue, Jay. You're right on cue. Let's get back to the video. Let's hear what this gentleman has to say about being set up by the system and the ladies.
How fucking twisted is this, right? Did you know in New South Wales, Australia, that the state government is giving automatic $5,000 payouts to any woman who makes an allegation of domestic violence against a man?
I'll bring that back. Exactly what he said. He said what he said.
Unstable. Go get the fuck out of here.
How fucking twisted is this, right? Did you know in New South Wales, Australia, that the state government is giving automatic $5,000 payouts to any woman who makes an allegation of domestic violence against a man? No evidence is required. The man doesn't have to be found guilty in the court of law. There is no fucking prerequisite whatsoever, except for she needs to make a report to police and that man needs to be arrested and questioned about those allegations. What sort of broken, damaged system incentivizes women to make false allegations against men for financial gain? We are breeding a culture of victimized women in this country who have zero accountability, and I'm fucking sick of it.
Just imagine if they had that law in the States. Just imagine if they had a law in the States that women can get $5,000 for false accusations against men, and the government would pay for it. They say a system that wants to enslave men. That's what. Absolutely correct. The Casual Germ says this. He say that's messed up if it's true. He say a huge finesse on the taxpayers. Zay says this. He say, Dre, quick question. Does a revocable trust protect men from civil lawsuits? I'm not sure. And of course, in many of our cases, it depends on the country. And the reason why I'm not sure about the United States, because I'm not in that situation in regard to the States. Leo says, well, Australia's off the list. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Oh, he said it's already a thing in the States. Casual Germ said it's already a thing in the States. If you have more than 5,000, child support or jail. No, this one is, and I can understand that where you're coming from, but this one is saying this. He's saying that the government is paying the women of New Zealand and Australia, certain areas of Australia, $5,000 if the woman accuses the man without any proof of DV. Ronan said yes, it can. So thank you, Ronan. Appreciate that, brother. I thought it could, but I hadn't looked it up yet. So I'm glad that you knew that information. He said Australia has laws where cohabitation is now considered marriage. UK is implementing that too. Colombia has that law. Colombia is like this. For those of you who don't know, Colombia is a cohabitation country, guys. If you live with a chick for 2 years and she can prove y'all up under the same roof, bills coming in her name, bills coming in your name, you might be paying the bills off, but she lives there, her work has her there, she has that address on her bank account, y'all walking around acting like y'all married and boo, and the family members are treating y'all like y'all dang near married, living together for 2 years. Here in Colombia, it's common law. It's a common law country, not just one state. That's why you see a lot of Colombians don't get married, because they already know all the rights and responsibilities of a marriage they're going to end up having anyway through cohabitation. And so when they separate, quite often the headaches of a divorce takes place because of y'all. If the woman wants to enforce it, because you guys were cohabitating, you were considered technically married, just as married as me and Andrea, just as married as Andrea and I. Of course, not during COVID, of course. But yeah. T-Mac says this. T-Mac says, he said, I held my ex-wife's arms so she would stop hitting me. She had a thumbprint on each arm, and I was arrested over it. And it cost me a few thousand. Next time a woman hits me, I let her, and he said, I let her and I covered up. Whew. These ladies. And Casual Germ with the $20 love. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to all you guys that are supporting the channel tonight. He said, just when I thought that the Essies or the Australians had a hard time with bugs and animals, yes, trying to eat you, now I've learned that the court of public opinion is just as one of the 72 deadliest animals in Australia, the court system. The lovely ladies. Yes, sir. 007 says this. He said, I'm calling the cops as soon as she puts, bruh, I've called the cops on chicks. I have called the cops on chicks. Like I said, that one time a chick pulled two butcher knives on me. Beep, beep, beep. Police show right up. Police show right up. I was moving out. I had my new apartment on the other side of the city. I had like 90% of my stuff in my new apartment. All I came over for was just a few boxes. She wanted to start an argument. I didn't feed into it. She ran into her kitchen and got 2 butcher knives. And my brother was standing right there. And Rob looked at me. He said, you know, men can call the police too. I said, you know something, Rob? You right. Beep, beep, beep. Police was right there. Right there. Of course, she ran and hid the knives. And police stayed until I grabbed my few boxes, and I was gone. Gone. And the police actually escorted me to my new place. He said, better to use a camera They're not. Absolutely correct, Tim. Absolutely correct. He said, don't even put yourself in a situation, just stay away from all of them. It is not worth it. And T-Mac is the last one we're going to look at for right now before we go back to the video. He said, be careful with the DV because it is expensive and automatic charges in some states. Absolutely correct. That is so true. That is so true. Oh, one state that I was looking at the other day that is a common law state in the United States, Washington. Washington is a state is you might as well be married. If you with a chick over a certain amount of time, you might as well just jump the broom. The state of Washington does not play, and you will lose everything. And you think that you're not married to her, go ahead, stay in Washington if you want to. Yep, the state of Washington. He says this. He said, it is an automatic felony charge. It stays on your record. And I had to explain it for security clearance. Wow, T-Mac. He said, you better than me. I would have pressed charges, attempted murder. Murdered who? Yes, sir. He said, I like Washington because of the mutual combat. Shout out to you. Yes, sir. Let's get back to the video, gentlemen. This is a woman that's in court, video style, virtual, in other words. And she's telling the judge, Your Honor, I lied. But look at the brother's already in the orange. He's already been arrested. They've already pressed charges. He's already had to wait to go to court. The court case is virtual. And so now she wants to tell the truth.
Cheating on you for somebody, and I feel like you could have given me another chance, and that's just the honest truth. And if consequences was involved, I definitely wouldn't have wanted to go to jail.
I'm going to bring that back because she spoke so fast, but I'm going to break it down. This young lady cheated on this young man. Because he wouldn't give her a second chance, she called the police and said DV. They arrested him. As you can tell, he's been waiting to go to court because he's in orange. He's not in civilian clothing. So he's been waiting in jail to go to court for this case, for her to show up and finally tell the judge, I lied. I lied. I cheated on him, and I felt he should have gave me another chance. And he didn't. And for you that don't think this is very common in the United States, it is extremely, extremely common. That when certain women, not all, not most, but when certain women get perturbed, they're calling 911. How you gonna sue the court? Why and how could you sue the court? The courts weren't the one that did anything wrong. If anybody you would do a civil lawsuit against, it would be the woman once you're found not guilty because she lied. The system needs more bodies, absolutely correct. For slave labor, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Always follow the money when it comes to prison. In the United States, y'all think the prison is about laws and justice. Ain't got nothing to do with that, man. It's about a lot of money being made with the bodies that, in other words, the slave labor that's in prison. That's what it's all about. Absolutely correct, Zay. He said, excellent way to get prisoners for cheap labor or corporations. Shout out to Farley Bill. Farley says this. Please tell us that she was arrested afterwards for filing false police report. I wouldn't know. It rarely happens. It's rare when they arrest a woman for a false police report. So I do have records that it has happened, but it's rare. It's rare. Yeah, the Supreme Court is swamped with random cases. That's a good point.
from falsifying a fake report. That was so unladylike of me. I don't know where I get that from. And I know I'm not in fear of Ryan Bradstreet. Like, I know his whole family.
We are breeding a culture of victimized women in this country who have zero accountability, and I'm fucking sick of it.
For me cheating on you for somebody, and I feel like you could have given me another chance. And that's just the honest truth. And if consequences was involved, I definitely wouldn't have wanted to go to jail for falsifying a fake report. That was so unladylike of me. I don't know where I get that from. And I know I'm not in fear of Ryan Bradstreet. Like, I know his whole family know me.
Why does it take until you get into a courtroom and a man is in orange for you to tell the truth? You cheated on him and put him in jail. There's no accountability for nothing. There's no way y'all think that we are worse than y'all. Look at this innocent man. And you think that we worse than y'all?
That's why I be harping on the laws. And I'll keep on harping on it. And I'll keep on harping on it. And I'll keep on harping on it. I don't care nothing about the ladies. The ladies are only behaving by way of responding to the fact that they know it's legal to talk to you reckless, to treat you like trash, to empty your bank accounts. It's all legal. Okay, how many times y'all seen a woman get locked up because she emptied her husband's bank account and ran off? I'll wait. Never. You ain't never seen a woman empty a man's bank account and then the police come lock her up because she took all his money and ran off. You ain't never seen it. And you ain't gonna see it. Why? Because what that woman did, I don't care how much you want to cuss, fuss, cry, she did it, and it's legal in the United States. If y'all got joint accounts, she could clean your ish out. It's legal how they treat y'all. Be a man about it. What you gonna do about it? You gonna cry and do YouTube videos about it? What you gonna do about it, player? I did something about it. I got the hell on. See, I wasn't worried about the ladies. I'm gonna tell y'all something about that now. I did not leave the United States because of the ladies. I'll say it again. I not once thought about the women in the United States or Canada or in the West when I left. I thought about the laws. The laws was one of the reasons I left. Lifestyle, laws, then love was one of the reasons I left. I left because it was a better lifestyle. Number two, I left because of the laws that was trash towards men in the United States. And then ladies or love of women in other countries came last. They didn't come first for me. Some of you dudes leaving the United States because of the ladies. I'm not. I left because of the laws. Better lifestyle, better laws, and better ladies. Get it together, fellas. Stop lying. Don't be mad at these women for doing something that's legal. It's legal. They talk to you crazy, it's legal. It's so legal that if you don't accept it, they can call the police and get you arrested, Tigger. Ain't that right? Tigger. They could call up Tigger. They could call the police on you. And even though you ain't never been arrested, you got a record coming now, don't you? Facts. You know why? Because how your white wife acted a damn fool on that floor, even though she knew she had warrants out for her arrest in Maryland, even though now today your wife who you married is in jail and she got another man locked up on false accusations in B-More years ago, and that man has done 11 years on 20 for a crime that he didn't commit. You still married her, Tigger. Tig, hear me out. You still married that heifer. Every time I see this woman, I just think about not just Tigger, but I think about this young man right here. I think about this young man being locked up has done 11 years on a 20-year bid. And based off her track record, look how young this man looks. 11 years. Brother still got 9 more years to go. He'll get out in 2030 something. On a lie. And this is the woman that Tigger married. I swear our self-esteem is so shot in the United States as men. I don't want to just say black men. I want to say as men. Our self-esteem is so shot to where if we got money in our pocket, we still got low self-esteem. How low can your self-esteem be? You are famous around the world. Everybody watched Rap City back in the day. You are a DJ and a television host of the most popular hip hop show other than MTV Raps. You are not only popular because of the show, your show came along during the golden era of hip hop. The golden era of hip hop. I mean, money upon money is just flowing your way. And the best that you thought that you could do is this woman right here with warrants out for her arrest in another state. And she's gotten several guys locked up, including this young man doing 20 years. Our self-esteem is shot. When I hear men say, all you need is money, I don't believe it with American men anymore. I'm gonna say that to American men. It takes more than money to have confidence in yourself. Money might give you an ego, but it doesn't give you confidence. Money might give you an ego about yourself and, you know, my car and my house, but it does not give you real confidence, because a lot of American men got the same sports car you got, huge bank account you have. A lot of American men have a really nice house like you have, and they will marry and date something like this. This is an average neighborhood jump off. There is nothing special about this right here. This is not a doctor, an attorney, a specialist. This is just LaQuanda Shanika from the hood. And here's the crazy part. Tigger, when we did the breakdown the other day, Tigger was just the latest dude in line. I'll say this again. Tigger would just so happen to be the latest guy in line. What do you mean, Dre? The sad part about this, when we did our homework, remember the other day, there were several men that had come across this chick and she was crazy. And somehow, some way, maybe the sex was good, because every one of these dudes had went to jail or went through hell with this woman over and over. So when it happened to Tigger, I'm not surprised. Maybe she got that good coochie. Maybe she got that good, right? That good 3000. But is it worth it? Let's go back up for a second. KP in the building, he says this. He said, I'm a retired officer. And I had to call, he said, I had a call. Woman said that her husband hit her. And we locked him up. In DV courts, she said she lied because she wanted him out to have over another man. Because she wanted him out to have over another man. All this over what she wanted. T-Mac says this. He said, I'm just glad that my second ex-wife was not as dirty as my grimy, like my first ex-wife. I could leave her with access to the safe and she wouldn't touch anything. She still protects my assets like they are hers. That's the part you don't know who's going to be good and who's not. That's the crazy part. You don't know who's on your side and who's not these days. Kofa says this. He said, everyone says that he knew, but I haven't seen any receipts. He said, I blame that broad more than Tigger. I do too. But that's just me. That's who she is. Tigger's just the most recent. That I concur with. Once Tigger is done with her, there will be, even though she's known everywhere now, there will be another simp between her legs. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Yeah, Zay, the lovely FBA queen. Tori says this. He said, before getting married, or even as you think about getting married, do yourself a favor. Do a background check and get a prenup. If you're going to spend $15,000 on a woman per year, which the average man is already spending when it comes to being in a relationship, the average man is spending $15,000 a year, according to stats. Get some protection. Correct. It's some type of protection. Abstract thinker in the building. He says this. He said, F that good. He said, I want peace and sanity first. Absolutely correct. There were probably warning signs. We men, we know we're quick to ignore some good old fashioned warning signs. He said, did anything ever happen to her for lying? And you know how long? I don't know. But did you know how long she did? I don't know. I don't know if the young lady that lied about the guy, even a lot of times, let's think about it, guys. Let's be honest. If women went to jail every time they lied on a man and he ended up in jail, there wouldn't be enough jails in the United States. So we already know in most cases, women don't get locked up. If they got locked up every time they told a lie about a man, there would not be enough jails for all the women that have lied on a man. So I'd be wasting my time trying to research to see if this young lady went to jail, when we know 9 times out of 10, no, she did not go to jail. And you know what dudes like me are? I don't feel sorry for you anymore, because you live in a country where women are doing one thing and one thing only. They're looking at the laws. They're finding out what they can do, how they can talk to you, how they can put their hands on you, but you can't put your hands on them, how they can pretend like you gave them a black eye when you had nothing to do with it. You was out of town, and they will still arrest you when you get back in town. It's legal. It's legal for a woman to give herself a black eye and they come arrest you. It's legal.
62% of women are false accusers. And most of these cases come from custody disputes, where they falsely accuse men of abuse. This information comes from a YouGov survey, where 2,407 Americans were studied, and 8% of people altogether are falsely accused. So this is representative of the study, and what this is giving us is a picture of what's really happening. There's a silent crisis happening to men right now in mental health and in family court because of things like this. False accusations. It ruins their lives and the lives of their children. And they're stripped away from their fathers. Children really need their fathers. And this is extremely wrong and abusive to do to men. So that's why we can't say that most men are abusive or violent, because we're finding out that's not the truth. Most men are good people, and the abuse that happens to them is silenced and hidden.
So let's talk about the men who are falsely accused by toxic women of DV, rape, all sorts of horrific things that unfortunately the system is designed to automatically believe the female and, you know, not believe the male. Now, this is just happening so often. I've had so many men reach out to me and tell me their stories. I was talking to a man the other day. He's had to spend over $200,000 to clear his name of false accusations of DV. Another guy has spent over $100,000. In fact, there's just so many, and they've all had to spend a minimum $100K to clear their name of these false accusations.
200,000. 100,000. And some of you guys have already mentioned all the thousands that you spent. All that just to date in the United States. All that just to get some coochie in the United States. Most of you aren't going to leave. No big deal. I got you. I understand you aren't leaving. You're going to be right there. But at the end of the day, you at least need to know your terrain. In the book, The Art of War, one of the steps of war is know your terrain. Know if it's uphill, if it's flat, is it flat land? Are there rivers or lakes around? Can you be backed up in a corner because there's ocean behind you? Know your terrain. Is it soggy? Is it hard? Is it like cement? Is it dirt? Know your terrain. This episode is dedicated to all you guys that, hey, you're not going anywhere. You only watch Love Crossing Borders for entertainment, and that's cool. Or for some of you guys that might be leaving, but it's going to be a few years down the line, right? Hey, Dre, I still got my daughter or son to raise, my mom to take care of. It may be a good 10 years before you solidify living outside of the United States. I got you. I got you. But while you're still there, know your terrain. Know that this is happening on a regular basis. I didn't say live in fear. I'm not talking about the Chicken Little, the sky is falling mindset. I'm just saying, guys, be careful. The dating arena is not what it used to be. Women are out, in many cases, they're out for two things. To inflict financial and emotional damage on you. If they're not out to get money from you, financial damage you, deplete your income, deplete your bank accounts or your investments, whether it be through dating, whether it be through, if you really cared about me, if you were a real man, you would send me. That's financial damage or abuse. Or they use emotional and physical abuse. Be careful out there, fellas. All coochie ain't good coochie. You should not be between everybody's legs. It should not be that easy for every woman to get to your zipper. It's not like it used to be. And if you think it is, that's how a lot of you end up in graves or in jail. 200,000 to 100,000. You would have had the box for the rest of your life overseas. Absolutely correct. My brother Tori said the case took a significant turn. Alicia Brown, meaning Tigger's wife, is no longer only an alleged victim of domestic violence, or DV, case involving Darian Big Tigger Morgan. Absolutely correct. She's also facing her own criminal matters back home in Baltimore. So that's why she got arrested. This woman was so evil with her emotions to destroy Tigger, she forgot that she had warrants out for her arrest. Just think about it. This woman is married to Tigger. They're doing runway shows. She all out in public. They're doing interviews, magazines. Because people like Big Tigger. He's never been a problematic brother. Good dude, solid brother. The whole time you got warrants out for your arrest. When you supposed to be keeping it on the low, you got warrants out for your arrest for missing child. Not no warrants out for your arrest because you miss some parking tickets or whatever tickets, right? No, you got a missing child. And you just all on at the red carpet events while your husband's interviewing people. And so she gets so emotional, traumatized, and got so comfortable that she sat back and now she arrested. And just imagine you see your wife get arrested. Okay, let me ask y'all. I know what some of y'all would say. Okay, let's say you got a wife or a girlfriend in the States. You find out she got warrants in another state. She gets arrested. What do? Don't be fake. I'll leave her there. I know all y'all ain't gonna leave her there. What would you do? I want to hear what you guys have to say. What would you do if that was your wife or girlfriend who you really love? I'm not talking about some puppy love. I mean some real love. Like you figure this is wifey for lifey. What would you do? I want to hear. Now me, yeah, I'm snitching. I'm doing like Lou Rawls. I'm holding telethons. I'm holding telethons like I'm Jerry Lewis. I'm telling it all. I'm holding telethons. Especially after she got me put in jail. Oh yeah, I'm telling it all. You know how dudes be talking about, if you leave me and you're an immigrant, I'm calling ICE on you. If you leave me, yeah, I'm calling ICE. I'm calling ICE. Yeah, she had warrants. That's why she's locked up right now. She had warrants in DC for her missing daughter. She had a 7-year-old daughter that came up missing. She kidnapped her daughter, allegedly, from foster care. She had lost. Come on, Casual Germ. I know you know about this. This Tigger's wife had warrants in Washington, D.C. Had warrants in Baltimore, because she had a daughter. She's got she has 3 children, I believe. I know 2 of them live with Tigger. The other one, the youngest girl, in 2014, this woman left inside of a car in the freezing cold, 2-degree weather, while she went inside of a casino for 8 hours in 2014. They took custody of the daughter from the father, who probably wasn't in financial position to do anything, and took custody of that child and pressed charges against her, Tigger's wife. Tigger's wife flees. Not going to court, she flees. Did she flee alone? No. She went to the foster family's house where the daughter was staying allegedly kidnaps the girl, and the girl has never been seen again. Fast forward, she pulls a Lori Harvey, or not Lori Harvey, but a Steve Harvey wife. Like, I'm this Miss Innocent woman. Let me marry this man with money and fame and forget about my life and be more. The whole time she's had warrants and police looking for her for years in Baltimore, until they recently saw the videos of her on TikTok going against Tigger. And they like, wait a minute, ain't that the woman that got, because she was already famous in Be More as the woman that left her child in a car in 2-degree weather. So she was already famous for that. So everybody in the Be More area already knew to put 2 and 2 together. Now, back in Atlanta, where Tigger is working, nobody knew about this until she got arrested and it all came out. And this is your wife, Tigger? AMSM says this. He said, no, Dre. The dad was granted custody, and then the child was missing. Okay, so the dad was granted custody, and I thought she took the child from the foster care. Okay, so the dad was, thank you very much, AMSM. The dad was granted custody. Okay. Thank you for the clarity. But I know she ended up with the child, and the child came up missing. So that's where we agree, where we stand. But thank you for the correction, brother. Yeah, this is a crazy scenario, sad. And they said that the girl would have been 17 years old this year. Yeah, you don't even know your woman. Yeah, I'm definitely calling the police on that one. But once she's arrested, I'm not coming to get you out of jail in Baltimore. I'm not going to be in court. Now you arrested. Look at the scenario that Tigger put himself in. Tigger had just got out of jail a few days prior to for false DV allegations. Remember, she had went on TikTok, had a busted face, and said, ask my husband what happened to me. Remember, she come to find out she did all that herself, allegedly. But by the time they found out Tigger had went to jail and he got out, almost lost his job on the radio in Atlanta. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you realize, his wife gets arrested. Hey, sexy, but with the beautiful hair. I appreciate that. Andrea wants me to share with the fact that she changed the batteries in all my watches today. And I really appreciate that. And I thought about the fact that you ain't gonna find too many women in the States that will sit down in the afternoon and take all of their husband's watches, and put new batteries in all of them. Shout out to Mrs. Spence for being a wonderful wife. It's the little things that these women do in other countries. I don't have to worry about that. Andrea got a bunch of warrants out for her arrest in Medellin when she lived there for 2 years. Yeah, me. And now Tigger in a situation. Who's living with Tigger? Okay, wife arrested. She's in Baltimore. I'm not sure if Tigger has a daughter or a child with her. Who's still in the house with Tigger? The stepson that recorded everything. Get off my mama, Tigger. Mr. Tigger, get off of her. That one. Every time Tigger walks in the door of his own house, his stepson, who recorded him and tried to get him arrested again. Mr. Tigger, that child is still in your house. Why his mama is looking at umpteen years. You see how all this unfolds? You see how careful you gotta be? You see how all good sex ain't good sex? All pretty women ain't pretty women? All fine women doesn't mean things gonna turn out fine? Sometimes you gotta take your time. The Bible says be anxious for nothing. Be antsy or thirsty. Let's put it in street terms what the Bible would say. If you translate it, be anxious for nothing, in modern day vernacular, God is saying to us men, stop being thirsty. Stop being so thirsty for stuff. Don't be thirsty for nothing. Antsy for nothing. Anxious for nothing. Ain't none of these coochies on this planet worth you being thirsty over. If the Bible tells you don't be thirsty, the Quran and all the other holy books tell you don't be anxious, don't worry, don't be overly concerned about, don't be distracted by. Why don't we do it? So now he's got the kid that's not his, but was recording him still living in his house. Mr. Tigger, are you going to get my mama out of jail? Mr. Tigger, are you going to get my mother out of jail? You got to clothe that child. You married that woman. All you stepdads, you wasn't expecting this, huh? You got to clothe that woman. Take care of that woman. That woman's child. That child go in the refrigerator, it better be some food in that refrigerator. Even though that child's mama is in jail and that child tried to record you and get you arrested, you still got to feed that child. You got to make sure that child get to school. Make sure that child get good grades. Christmas, that child is expecting you to buy him a new cell phone so it can record you even more clearer. Ain't nobody talking about the child that's still in this house that tried to get him arrested. Mr. Tigger. Mr. Tigger, get off my mama. Yeah. Crazy.
Now, of course, like, it's huge financial stress, but let's have a look at the mental and emotional distress as well. Often these women are also using the children as pawns, and that's why they falsely accuse the men. It's to help them in a custody battle. And it's not because, you know, the men are terrible fathers, although there are some terrible fathers out there. It's because, you know, they are spiteful, they are scorned women, and they are using the children, they are using these false accusations to hurt the man for leaving them.
Her argument will be like, oopsie, I screwed up. But then she'll take him to family court and she'll involve the government and she'll say, well, you know, he's been acting like, you know, Billy and Bobby's father for the last 5 years. And then he did a DNA test because he was suspicious on me because I was cheating on him. But the kids aren't his, but he's still been paying for everything. So these children need to be looked after. And the courts will say, well, sorry, you know, you're still going to have to pay all these bills.
Even in the cases where you get to stop the child support, there's law that will prevent refunds. It's like you don't get your money back.
Yeah, there's been case law established, and even for the guys that volunteer it, like this is the stupidity of the whole thing. There's even guys that again, you know, they volunteer to become a step parent to children that aren't theirs have family obligations, like the father's obligations enforced on them, even when they walk into the whole thing not being the biological father. But the paternity fraud is like one of the worst things out there. For like, these women should be put in jail. If you're screwing around on the guy that's acting like the father, who you tell is the father when you're pregnant, who takes on the role and the burden and the protection and the provisioning and all that sort of stuff, that is the biggest, most duplicitous lie that women have pulled on men throughout history. And these women should be put in jail for this sort of stuff. This is totally unacceptable. And why women get away with it today is just a complete result of the toxic feminist narratives. In some countries, you're not allowed to run paternity tests on children.
That's ridiculous. It's also ridiculous that the worst thing that can happen in terms of consequences for lying about this is that the payments stop. But so you don't have to pay anything back. And there's like not even a slap in the wrist.
And that's the other part that you guys are going to have to acknowledge if you're going to mess with women with children in the States. It's a game to where you could end up paying child support once you leave that relationship. I'll say this again. This is starting to become more and more common that in the United States, as well as other countries, those children are either not biologically yours by DNA tests, or those children aren't biologically yours because y'all want to put on a cape and be Captain Save 'em All. And because she give you some good gook, you decide to get with a baby mama. Y'all didn't get married, but y'all living together. You helping the kids do homework. You are helping the kids when it comes to making sure their room is clean. The school bus stops. Hey, who's the one that's standing there at the bus stop to pick up the kids? You. Who's the one that drives up to the kids' school to pick up the kids when they let out at school? You. Who's the one that's picking up your stepson or your boy or your girlfriend's son? Y'all not married. Girlfriend's son in the States when he joins Little League football. You. Not the daddy. You. And guess who the courts can say they gonna come to for child support? You. The era of playing and having just casual sex with mothers, it's starting to slowly come to an end, because a lot of you guys who mess with baby mamas in the States don't realize when time goes by, these women are catching on to the laws. They're catching on to the laws, and they realize if he stays with us just one more year, this is a state in which I can get child support. He doesn't know it because he's just a stepdad or a step boyfriend. But I'm going to keep him happy. I'm going to give him that good gook for 2 more years. I mean, for 1 more year, because after 1 more year, the law says in this state, I can get child support because he played the father role. Y'all need to stop messing with a kid. Y'all not. I don't know why y'all love baby mamas. I don't know why y'all, don't get me wrong. I get it in South America. The most attractive women are always the baby mamas. I get it, bruh. I see it all the time. Don't make that a habit. Because in the States, bruh, y'all gonna pay, and then you're gonna be mad because she's getting child support. Especially for paternity fraud, the system will be making a killing. Absolutely correct. Kofa says this. He say facts. He said you be considered the only father the child knows. Absolutely correct. It's almost like common law divorce. Absolutely correct. And this is becoming more and more and more common. Do not tell me. Stop telling that lie to yourself, gentlemen. Well, everybody my age got kids. I would believe it if I hadn't been experiencing it myself. There are a lot of women out there that do have children, but there are a lot of women, even in their 40s and 50s, and even in their 30s, that don't have any kids. You smash fine baby mamas because you don't know how to say no to fine baby mamas. It's all on you. Any of this happen, y'all can cuss, fuss, cry about it all you want. You can call her evil. You can call her mean. You chose her. You know, when we tell women that you chose him to be your baby daddy, you open up your legs. It's the same rule that applies to you dudes that mess with women that got kids. I have no empathy, none. I don't have 1 ounce of, I have more empathy for a man that comes to Colombia and get drugged. And y'all know how harsh I am on those guys. I've got more empathy for them than I do for you dudes that mess with modern day baby mamas. I have no sympathy, none. You might as well be, you might as well walk around with a dunce hat on. You might as well have the clown hat on. You might as well put clown makeup on and look like the clown in It. You might as well. Because the laws have shown you, social media has told you and warned you, and you will still get up tomorrow morning, see a fine chick, meet and get to know her. She tells you she has kids, and here you go in order to get the coochie because you paid for 3 dinners, and those dinners were $200 a piece, and you want a return on your investment. So you're going to smash her, and not just smash her, you're going to fall in love with her because she good people. She might be good people, but that does not mean that there are good laws. And then 2-3 years later, after you'd have spoiled her, you spoiled her kids, you get child support court papers in the mail, and you want to cry foul play when we have been warning you for the last 10-15 years. Men, stop messing with these baby mamas. I don't know why we got to keep telling you dudes that. Every man think that the woman that he dealing with is a special case. All of us think that. We always think like, you're right, Dre, leave them baby mamas alone. But mine, she's different. Bruh, the laws aren't different. The woman might be different, but the laws aren't. I'm not talking about your woman. I don't care about if she treats you good or if she treats you average. I'm saying that whenever she wants to use the laws against you, the laws are right there waiting for her to use against you. But those of us that don't mess with women that got kids, we don't have to worry about what y'all worry about. But hey, Andre just another dude on YouTube who's talking stats. Who is he? He's nobody. Anything that you need to tell yourself to feel good about messing with baby mamas in the United States or UK or in Canada, go ahead, tell yourself that. Tell yourself Andre doesn't know what he's talking about. Those statistics through the IRS, the Pew Research Center, the Census Bureau, all the universities that have done surveys, man, that means nothing. My baby mama would never. All of us said that. The woman that I'm dating, man, she's such a good catch, man. I get the big piece of chicken every night. I got you. I am not about to shout a man down who's in love. The Bible says this in the book of Proverbs, chapter 6. What gift can you offer a man concerning his woman? What gift? What can you tell a man? In other words, just paraphrase. What can you tell a man about his woman that will keep him from turning on you? That's what Proverbs chapter 6 is talking about. The Bible says there is nothing that you can offer a man to keep a man from turning on you, even if you're telling the truth about his woman. We see that all the time. You can't talk to your partners about their woman because you already know you will lose a friend, a good friend, over his woman. Even if he knows it's true, he don't want to hear it from you. So when this live stream goes off, I already know most of y'all gonna keep on messing with baby mamas. I just put the information out there. I don't try to force it on my brothers, but I just try to let you know, hey, just be careful out there. That's all. He said all these methods of protection will also be transferred overseas for me as well. Will not repeat the uprising of this foolishness overseas, or this foolishness overseas. Montreal says this. He said, keep it in your pants and have some discipline, please. Seriously. That is so serious, man. Let's continue on, gentlemen. Y'all gonna stay right there. Stay right there. Right up under them same laws. Notice I didn't say the same ladies. I'm gonna say this again. I have nothing against the ladies using the laws on you, because you ain't gonna do nothing. You gonna stay right there for that coochie. I love American women. Can't nobody tell me about my FBAs. Can't anybody tell me about my WASP wives. I love my Amish girls. Stay right there, white boys. White man, stay right there. Brother, FBA, y'all stay right there too. Asian brothers, y'all keep on opening up businesses and going to stay right there. Middle Eastern dudes, keep your butt right there. Because the one thing the laws understand, laws don't care nothing about what race you are as a man. All y'all women are using the laws against you. Asian dudes are losing out just as much as Middle Eastern men are losing out, just as much as black men are losing out, just as much as white men are losing out, just as much as Latin men are losing out when it comes to the laws in the States. Ain't nobody that's a man winning. Ain't nobody that's a man winning. But y'all go stay there. Y'all go ahead and stay there. I mean that one. Go ahead and stay there. Since y'all don't know what we talking about. Y'all left because y'all scared. No, we left because we ain't stupid. The ladies might change, but the laws won't. The ladies might change, but the laws won't.
Nothing worse or nothing scarier than a woman who knows her rights. Y'all need to learn all your rights. So when they start sending you stupid pictures, when they start doing this, when they start threatening you, screenshot, send it to the lawyer. Because if men aren't afraid out here like y'all are walking around afraid and in fear, y'all doing it wrong. Because y'all not supposed to be playing fair in an unfair world.
She said if men aren't afraid, then y'all doing it wrong. If men aren't afraid, then y'all doing it wrong. If men aren't afraid, then y'all doing it wrong. Remember how fat and out of shape she used to be? When she first started talking about sprinkle with the full face. And used to have the green screen of a nice house in the background, but we knew it was just a green screen. Her husband was still alive. Notice how that her husband has passed on. She wanted to take care of her health, lose weight, get herself back on track. so she can find another victim. But when her husband was alive, she didn't look nothing like this. When her husband was alive, she didn't look nothing like this. He didn't reap the benefit of none of this. Yep. Yeah, I think they got married. Yep. And she's still out here talking. Crazy.
Y'all need to do research and have all the legal things that men are not supposed to be doing during the dating process.
Y'all need to research and know what men are not supposed to be doing. I'm not mad at her. I'm mad at us. We would rather take what's between those legs than get to know the laws. You see how women talk to each other? Women don't tell each other, girl, you need to get you some good sex. What do women tell each other about? The laws. What did I say one of the reasons I moved? The laws. What do I always say? The women, whatever they're doing to you that you don't like doesn't matter. They're not breaking the laws. Women are out here learning the laws against you, and you too busy worried about some coochie. Sometimes I think our side of the species is doing it bass backwards, bruh. Sometimes I think we are so amazing as men. And then there's other times I think we're the stupidest people that ever walked this planet. I think men, in some cases, we are still Neanderthals. We're still coming out of the caves of Europe or the jungles of Africa. I think we're still walking around with spears in hand and rocks in hand. I think we're still walking around like we're about to go hunt after dinosaurs. That's how primitive us men act sometimes. We act like coochie rules the world. And I'm talking about rich men to poor, impoverished men. Coochie just rules our world. These women are plotting. She's not the only one. She's got a following of over 300,000 people, women that follow her. And if she says 300,000 women who you guys date, and other women tell another 300,000, another women tell another 300,000 that y'all date, and y'all are so busy focusing on the coochie that these women are focusing on every single law that they can use against you. And you are oblivious to it until it's time to go to court for child support. And you like, I don't even have any kids. No, you was messing with a woman with kids for 2 or 3 years. Now she's taking you to court for child support. You know why? Because she knew that in the state, if you mess with a baby mama, you gonna pay child support. She knew the laws. You was too busy chasing coochie. It ain't that serious, Dre. And that's why these women get over. Number one reason why women get over on men. There is no reason greater than this one. Men don't take themselves serious. Women do. You take coochie and money serious. But men do not, we do not take ourselves serious enough to where we know the laws of dating just as much as women know the laws of dating in relationships, in mating, state to state. The only time we hear about the laws is during divorce Child support. Now all of a sudden we know these laws. But while the woman was spreading her legs, she knew them laws. And when she got out that bed, she knew the laws. While she was giving you head, she knew the laws. And she knew that you didn't know a thing, nothing about the laws. Dang shame. She would get a lot of women. No, she won't. No, she won't. Because it's not just her. Women have thought like this for 40 years. No, she won't. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. Oh, a couple dudes will snap and delete a woman. A couple dudes. Right? Most of y'all ain't gonna do ish. Let's be real. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't did nothing in 40 years. 40 years they talked about you in the movies, mainstream media. 40 years they've used laws against you. 40 years men have lost their children because of false allegations. 40 years women have filed false and fake DV charges against you to keep you from being able to come into the house in which you've been paying for. 40 years that they've been taking your pension money. 40 years they've been able to take half of the money that you've earned. 40 years. Y'all ain't done nothing. Men just started putting together men organizations over the last 5-10 years. 40 years. You ain't gonna do nothing. Once this live stream go, let's be real. Okay, we can be real, we're gonna be fake. Once this live stream is over, y'all gonna keep effing them baby mamas. Let's be real. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. American men are punks when it comes to women. When it comes to going to war, we tough. When it comes to making money, we're the best. When it comes to buying land and property and building businesses, nobody can do it like us. When it comes to women, every other country of men stand on business. American men are the biggest punks when it comes to women, and we know it. We ain't gonna do nothing. We gonna come on these live streams, we gonna talk, but in real life, you ain't gonna do nothing. 40 years proves that you ain't gonna do nothing. You gonna come on live streams, we gonna fuss, we gonna have these live streams together, we gonna talk about Kevin Samuels, the camera's gonna go off, you're gonna go to another live stream, Richie Mack or whoever live stream, Coach Greg Adams, whoever show y'all go to, watch the MTR, O'Shea Do Jacksons, you're gonna watch that, and when the cameras go off, you ain't gonna do ish. You ain't never done ish. You had 40 years, almost 50 years to learn the laws that are coming against y'all. 50 years to come together as groups and fight against some of these congressional laws that are being passed against men. You could have been fought against child support. You could have been putting on condoms. You could have been leaving baby mamas alone. All this stuff you could have been doing, and it was free. It don't cost you nothing to leave baby mamas alone. It don't cost you nothing to come together and create organizations and groups so we can start learning the knowledge of the laws in each one of these states. It costs us nothing. And for almost 50 years, we ain't done ish, but have more babies, more divorces, and paying more child support than any other time in American history. And now they got you paying child support that kids you ain't even have. So now you paying child support on step kids. You ain't gonna do ish, but tomorrow morning, roll your tail over and have sex with that baby mama. That's what you gonna do as an American man, because we ain't got no balls. So let's keep it real. These live streams that I'm doing about this topic is for entertainment, because when these lights go off, I know y'all Negroes ain't gonna do nothing. I know you white boys ain't gonna do nothing. I know you Latin dudes, Asian dudes, y'all gonna do nothing but cuss and fuss, but you ain't gonna do nothing. You know it and I know it. Next fine baby mama with a big butt that walks down the street tomorrow, you gonna stop her to get her phone number. So stop lying. So I can sit up here and we can do the videos and have fun, do entertainment, But don't sit up here and act like if in real life y'all gonna do something, because you ain't did ish in 40 years. The one area that people can say about American men that we don't stand on business is when it comes to women. We ain't never been known for standing on business when it comes to women. Don't know what you ever notice how we talk about? Don't know men come to America to date American women? Don't know women around the world come to America to F with American men like that either. You ever notice that we got to go to their country, get them, and bring them back to America? Ain't nobody flying, ain't no immigrant saying, oh, I'm an American, I can get me an American man. Ain't no female saying that. These women in other countries are used to stern, strong, traditional, whether they agree with the men or not. They know that's a man right there. They might not like him. I didn't like my daddy. I didn't like my granddaddy. He was mean. But they expect their husbands and their boyfriends to be just as stern and to the point, even if he ain't got no money. Colombian men, I'm watching Colombian men that make $500 a month, and he can look at his gorgeous, sexy, supermodel Colombian wife, and she know better. I'm looking at these African brothers with their big booty wives, and she know better. I'm looking at these Asian dudes and these European dudes up in Russia and Poland, Ukraine. She know better. And then you take an American woman with a big butt and 3 kids. She talk to y'all reckless because she know the laws. She know better. So let's be real. American men, we soft when it come to compared to other men. When it come to making money, we the best. When it comes to military, we the best. When it comes to opportunity, ingenuity, inventions, creations, we the best of the best of the best. When it comes to women, we rank in some of the softest mother men that ever, and I can say that ever walked this planet. That ever walked this planet. We so soft in America, we will delete ourselves over a woman. That's how soft we are. That's how soft we are. We will delete ourselves over a chick. Colombia, they ain't doing that. You can ask T-Mac, who gonna get deleted, T-Mac? Is he gonna get deleted, or she? Either it's gonna be a dual deletion, or it's gonna be her. These Colombian dudes ain't running around deleting themselves. These Brazilian dudes ain't running around deleting themselves. It's either gonna be both of us, or it's gonna be her. But in America, here we, she don't love me no more. Her and her kids didn't even. Soft asses. Soft. I said it, Anton. And all the rest of you dudes. I don't care. Right now, I do not care what American men think of me. So stop me. Okay, if I'm lying, tell me why I'm lying. Put in the comment section if you think I'm lying about American men being some of the softest men in the history of the world when it comes to women. Not when it comes to business. Not when it comes to military. Not when it comes to sports. Not when it comes to ingenuity. No, I didn't say none of that. We at the top of the top of the top when it comes to all that other stuff. But when it comes to women, I do not know what it is that makes us American men so mother soft in masses. These women telling y'all, I'm learning the laws, and I'm gonna teach the other women how to learn the laws. And they gonna teach other women how to learn the laws. What laws? The laws to regulate and destroy men. And instead of us coming together to learn laws to keep from being destroyed, y'all would rather go into the barbershop and argue over Kobe, Jordan, and LeBron, while women are in the beauty salons talking about the laws. And you wonder why I always say, I am not here to convince American men or women to leave America. Because most of y'all, I don't even want y'all out here with me. I don't want y'all out here with me and T-Mac. I don't want you out here with me and Ronan. I don't. Most American men, I do not want you. I know most American men and most American women, why you think I always say stay in the States? Because that's where you're going to flourish. I say this to American women, and I say this all the time to American men. Most of y'all will not make it out here. When I see American men and women run back to the States, good. Every time I do a video montage of American men that saying I'm going back to the States, good. Whenever I meet an American man that says, I think I'm gonna go back to the States, good. You ain't built for out here. Most Americans in general, no matter what race, color, creed, you ain't built for nothing but America. You'll not have to make it out here in the real world. Go on back to the plantation where you belong. Play among the little kids. You ain't out here for you do not belong out here on the big kids table. Go on back to where it's comfortable and it's safe and it's fun, and you know your neighborhoods, you know your streets, and you know everything else, and you don't need to know the laws that women are putting against you. I'm gonna say this again. You go back to your country or stay in your country where you feel comfortable not knowing the laws that the women are learning about you. Stay right there. You ain't built for out here. You built for vacations, not relocation. And that's why I don't tell American women and American men to leave America. Because I know most of y'all ain't built for this. Let's go back to the video. Let's see. Okay, the video is frozen on us. Let me pull it down and bring it back up. Let me remove it and I will bring it back. Let's see. Ladies might change, but the laws won't.
Nothing worse or nothing scarier than a woman who knows her rights. Y'all need to learn all your rights. So when they start sending you stupid pictures, when they start doing this, when they start threatening you, screenshot, send it to the lawyer. Because if men aren't afraid out here like y'all are walking around afraid and in fear, y'all doing it wrong. Because y'all not supposed to be playing fair in an unfair world.
She said, y'all not supposed to be playing fair in an unfair world. Y'all not supposed to be playing fair. She's saying this to the ladies. And ladies are going to share this with each other. Ladies, she said, y'all not playing fair, or y'all not supposed to be playing fair in an unfair world. And these ladies are telling each other, stop playing fair. Why you so busy focusing on sex? My brothers. Let's move this forward. Is widely known as gray divorce. It is. Let me bring this down and bring it back up. I'm going to remove this out of the studio and then bring it back up. It's just so crazy, man. The world that we live in. Let's see. Here we go.
Whether they know it or not.
Give it a second. Give it a second.
She didn't let it go. She pursued legally. They got to be scared of you just a little bit. A lot of it. Ain't nothing worse or nothing scarier than a woman who knows her rights.
There's just a scandal that came out. This woman
Give me a second.
falsely accused several young men of doing something to her. These young men tried to delete themselves because it was absolutely lied. Now, evidence came out recently where she went to the store, bought a hammer, beat herself. Oh my goodness. Oh.
She went to the store, got a hammer, destruction on herself. Destruction of herself. Yeah. She has over 863,000. This woman is making at least just on YouTube money. She's over 6 figures, way over 6 figures. She's way over 6 figures per year. I would say that she's bringing in just on YouTube money, maybe 260, 270, almost 300,000 a year. Almost 300,000 a year. Just in YouTube. Not her books, not her courses, not her consultations. And these women are banding together against you dudes. See, I don't worry about Shira because I don't live in the States. Anything that she says has nothing to do with Andre. Nothing. And I mean nothing. I just use her for content. But if you plan on living in the States, don't think she's the only one. She's one of one. There's a reason why this woman will have over 1 million subscribers by the end of the year. There's a reason for that. Because the more these women are laying their foundation, and the longer that men only focus on money and coochie, these women are running laps around you. Around you. I don't live there. They ain't running laps around me. They are running laps around y'all. And I ain't mad at them. I ain't mad at women. Hey, fellas, if y'all want to be dumb enough to only focus on money and coochie, so be it. I'm serious. American men, I'm serious. If all you really want to focus on is making money and getting coochie, and that's the sole source of your life, however you make money in business, investments, however you do it, how you get the ladies, and you get one lady or you get three midgets, I don't care. Hey, so be it. I ain't tripping on you. You're a grown man with a grown man's life, right? Just don't come to us on social media crying when these women, 80% are divorcing y'all. They're divorcing y'all after the age of 50 and after the age of 65. They're taking your houses. They're taking your rights. And all you thought about was coochie and money. These women are running rampant around y'all. And who am I to get mad at them if you ain't going to get mad? I'll say this again. Who am I to get upset and perturbed with the women if you aren't mad with the women to change something and you live there? It would be stupid of me because I don't live there. So have fun, American men. I mean, from Omar, Dr. Umar, to Tariq Nasheed, all you dudes that's run around in purple, Hebrew Israelite brothers, Nation of Islam, all you brothers, all y'all, all you white boys from the hills of Kentucky, the Appalachian Mountains, all you white boys that's rednecks all the way in Arkansas, Arizona, Oklahoma, all y'all white brothers, all you Latin dudes in Miami, Chicago, New York, Texas, LA, y'all ain't gonna do nothing. That's the part. Y'all want dudes like me and others to kind of like, yeah, brother, yeah, that's wrong, brother. They shouldn't be doing that. These cameras go off, and the same women y'all complain about, y'all gonna be trying to smash next weekend. So what's the point of me and Richie Mack and all the other content creators telling y'all about opportunities on a global basis if y'all gonna sit back and you gonna stay in the States, which is cool, I got you, but you ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. Tariq Nasheed ain't gonna do nothing. He gonna stay in the States and deal with them women, even though he gonna come out with all these books and lectures and all that about the topic of blackness. True, but then when he ain't talk about the topic of blackness, he got to deal with them regular American women. Dr. Umar, soon as he get off that stage, he got to deal with regular American women. Alpha Male Strategies, soon as he cut that camera off, he got to deal with regular American women in Atlanta. So all these dudes that's giving y'all advice about this, that, and this, and they're professionals in this, and professional basketball players, and professional baseball players, professional businessmen, professional military men, presidents, congressmen, senators, judges. I got all y'all. Y'all are great at what you do. But when it comes to that one topic, women, American men, we are lames. We are great in everything we touch. But when it comes to women, all we want is what's between their legs, and they are focused on what's up here. And we wonder how it's so easy for us to get scammed and hustled when we get to other countries. How did that Colombian woman that dropped out of school in the 3rd grade was able to hustle you for over $15,000 out of your Bitcoin account? A Colombian chick. How was that Brazilian chick? You are a dude. You have been a master in your craft for over 20 years. How the hell did a Brazilian chick coerce you into giving her over $10,000 in over a 2-year period? How the hell did that happen? Because you always thinking with your little head and not with this one up here. That's why when it comes to American men, I applaud us in every area. But women. But women. When it comes to women and American men, you swear they just invented women yesterday. You swear that we looking around for an owner's manual and how to do this and how to what we supposed to do with it. How we supposed? Well, wait a minute now. The instructions say okay, page 1, okay. That's how we do with American women. Everything else, we are masters at it. We create corporations. We've got male trillionaires. But when it comes to women, we dumb as a box of motherfucking rocks. Dumb as a box of rocks. I've seen canisters of tennis balls that got more sense around women than the average American man. And here's the kicker. This how lame we are when it comes to women. If I was to say this on stage, American men would fight me instead of acknowledging the truth. Y'all would rather fisticuffs instead of telling me where I lied. Y'all would say, F that Dre. He don't know what we going over to Richie Max, man. We need somebody that's going to make us feel good and be happy and make us dance in the streets. We zoom in the top. Forget what Andre talking about. He telling too much truth. We ain't come over here for no dang truth. Trying to hear all that truth. Especially when it comes to the ladies. We don't want to hear no truth about the ladies. I'm not watching this channel to hear the truth. I'm watching this channel so I want to hear some dude hating on women and then telling me how to travel. That's what I come for. I come for the hatred and I come for the travel tips, Dre. I did not come for here to hear you tell us the truth about us, preparing us so when we live in other countries, we don't want to be prepared. We want to be stupid. So I let you be stupid. I'll let you be stupid. I'm gone. These cameras go off. I ain't got to deal with none of that mess y'all deal with. Y'all know it. I ain't got to deal with none of that, bruh. None of that. Even when I was single, I wasn't moving like y'all move. Even when I was single, first got to Colombia, I did not move with thirst. I am not a thirsty dude. I ain't never been on that. If I get it, I get it. If I don't get the coochie, I don't. I ain't never been thirsty like that, bruh. You say, dang, Dre, have some faith in the stateside brothers. Why? Y'all ain't got no faith in y'all. If I didn't care about my stateside brothers, I wouldn't say 80% of what I said tonight. I said what I said because I love us and I want us, notice I use the word us, to wake up to what these women are doing when they get out that bed. If they get on the phone in their WhatsApp groups and they talk to each other over the phone and how they're thinking. We think it because if I could give her good sex and make her have orgasms, then everything gonna be all right. And women are thinking 15 steps ahead of us, American men. They are thinking 15 steps ahead of us. Do you know one of the reasons why we're going to be watching? Shout out to T-Mac. T-Mac sent me a video of a sister that passport sis that had gone to Ghana to meet her Guyanese man. It backfired and she went back to the States. And everybody was telling her, including Media Man, the only men that will be dumb enough, and I'm paraphrasing. This is not what he said, but I'm paraphrasing because I've heard this commentary. I've said it and other men have said it on social media. Ladies, go back to the States because the only men that are stupid enough to treat you like you want to be treated are American men. Colombian men are not stupid enough to treat women from America the way that American women want to be treated and spoiled, and I could smack you upside the head, you ain't gonna do nothing. I got the laws on my side. You gonna take care of my baby. Ain't nobody gonna do that in Colombia for no American woman. They can't go to Belize. They can't go to parts of Africa, think that that African brothers are going to just sit up and deal with the mess and that mouth and that attitude. They cannot go to Asia and think that Asian men are going to deal with that mouth and that attitude. They cannot go to Europe and think European men are going to deal with that mouth and that attitude. The only men stupid enough to let women mentally, financially, spiritually, and in many cases physically run rampant over him are American men. So we tell American women, if you want somebody that's stupid, you need to go back to America, because American men are famous for a lot of great things. But when it come to women, ain't nobody as stupid as we are. It ain't too many countries out there as dumb as American men. Ain't too many countries out there that move like American men do. American men ain't got no problem with dropping from $80 to $300 on a meal on a first time I ever met somebody. American men ain't got no problem with cash apping a chick. America, and I know some of y'all gonna say, not me, I don't do that. You probably don't, but enough of us do. Enough of us pay these bills. Enough of us will sit up here and come out our pockets. Enough of us will let a woman put their hands on us and say, no, I'm going to just leave. I don't want to call the police because I don't want her kids to be taken away from her. Enough of us will pay child support for kids that aren't ours. Enough of us will sit up here and get a DNA test and find out she cheated on us and will still stay with that woman. So even if you don't do it, there's enough of us that American women will say, I don't mean, it may not be you that I'll get, but it's enough stupid American men around that I can get a simp that'll do it for me anyway. So yes, American women, listen, ladies, don't leave America, because ain't nobody as dumb as American men. Nobody, nowhere. You ain't gonna find nobody. You can go from sea to shining sea, ladies. You can go from the Arctic to Antarctica, and I promise you, you will not find another man in the world that's going to spend money on you like American men, not know the laws that can protect himself like American men, not being stuck with baby mamas like American men, sitting up there and will let women do DV on him and not call the police like American men, get hustled in courts after courts after courts like American men. You ain't gonna find no other country, ladies. I suggest you stay or go back to America, because ain't no other man on this planet has ever walked this planet who is as stupid as American men. I'm one of them. I can tell you, ladies, ain't nobody as dumb as us. Ain't nobody as dumb as us. You can't name the country where men are as stupid as we are. Name them. Put it in the comment section, man. If you think it's a country that's dumber and treat their women the way we treat our women and let our women get away with stuff, put it in the comment section. If you think it's a country that's dumber than American men, put it in the comment section. I dare you. Right now. Go ahead. I ain't got nothing against you. I ain't gonna argue down. I ain't gonna argue you down. I ain't gonna say, no, that's stupid. No, put it, I'm serious. Put it in the comment section. All you military dudes that's been to a bunch of countries, go and put in the comment section. Put in the comment section a country that's dumber than American men. All right, sexy boo. Go ahead. I'll wait. I wish I had some commercial music or something. Go and put it in the comment section. We gotta stop playing dumb. It's time for us to start learning the laws. We are too smart. First of all, we look too good. American men, we are too handsome. Secondly, when it comes to money, can't none of these other countries beat us out when it comes to making money. When it comes to military, really, ain't nobody got no military like us. Entertainment, notoriety, a brand. Don't nobody got a better brand than American men. Can't nobody beat us. The only person that's beating American men on this planet is American men. Let's be real. Any country we go to, we ain't got no competition. You ever notice that? Every country we land in, the local men can't compete with us. And I'm not just talking about economically. I'm talking about that American man swag, that American man confidence, that American man mindset. Can't nobody compete with us. Let's be real. The only person that's putting a foot to tail on American men is us. It's time for us to stop kicking our own butt and only chasing coochie. Once we get past to the fact that we are the prize, the coochie ain't the prize, we're the prize. It's less of us good men available than there are even the millions of good women out there. Once we realize that it ain't that many of us good dudes out there, you'll realize, like, you know what? I am the prize. You can find 5,000 good women to every maybe one or two good men. They got to vie for you. The Bible says in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1, 7 women will come to you with their money and say, we will pay for our food. We will pay for our own shelter. We will pay for our own clothing. If you take away our shame and give us your last name, 7 women are going to come to you. That's God's prophecy. But until we get better, guys, I promise you, the best place for American women is with us idiots in America. A man supporting man. Shout out to you, brother. You were kind of like inspiration for today's video with that clip that you used the other day. Shout out to you, brother. I just want to give you credit where credit is due. He said, I have a young tender I dealt with that listened to Shira 7. She tried to listen to her in a car with me, and I said, put your headphones on. I don't want to hear that BS. My point is, these women are listening to her. See, with Kevin, what's the deal with Kevin Samuels? Kevin Samuels, everybody, men and women of different races and cultures, we all listen to Kevin Samuels. All of us. Shira, Miss Sprinkle, she's like 98, 99.9% women. Just imagine she has almost 1 million women. That's just on YouTube. We're not talking about Instagram and TikTok yet. This woman is making money on top of money on top of money. Telling women, learn men. She's telling women how to hustle men, how to scam men legally. You catch that? How to hustle men, how to scam men. But ladies, know the laws so you can do this legally. Men, we just want to know how to make some money and get some coochie. That's it. That's it. Absolutely correct. We're top tier globally, but we don't treat ourselves like that. That's the sad part. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen. Let's go back to the video.
Oh my God. These young men, if it wasn't for other men,
I don't know why this is
coming around and supporting these young men and just,
let me bring this down again and bring this video back up. I don't know why it's doing that. And if we keep having problems, there's another way I'll go about it. Remove that from studio and bring it back. And we'll try this like this one more time.
Whether they know it or not, has created a lever that they've handed.
So let's see.
Men. And just because she was a woman, she was believed.
Okay, we'll go about it another way. We will go about it another way.
And I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I actually come from a family that's happened.
Yeah, I know what I'll do.
But I still know several stories of women who have falsely accused, ruined these young men's. lives. And guess what? You know what society says after that? That young woman, this is one woman who was finally held accountable because of her lies and destroying their life. But do you know what happened? Those young men, most of them who have been falsely accused, they lose their scholarship, lose their jobs, they lose everything. And then there's nothing that's said. If it goes away and it wasn't true, you never hear accountability. You never hear any woman go to jail for falsely accusing those men.
There needs to be a law for it.
Move me out of the way. And I'm going to drop the link to this, because you often hear me use these stats, but you haven't seen me show them. Yes, your statistics are spot on. In the United States, 36% of all divorces now involve adults over the age of 50 or older. This trend is, I see an AMSM. I'm going to come back to it in a second. Widely known as Gray Divorce. It is the only demographic in which divorce rates are consistently increasing over time. Absolutely correct. My brother AMSM says this about the young lady that was in his car. And she said, then she tried to compare my page to Shearer 7. Which is far from the truth, because your page has males and female commentary. It has nothing to do with how to scam or hustle somebody. I don't know how the young lady got that in her mind. Hopefully you got rid of her. Hopefully you're not dealing with her anymore. My brother says, Zeta says, a lot of American men softer than cotton the slaves used to pick. He said, I don't, YLE says this. He said, I don't talk none of these women. However, I don't talk to none of these women. However, I was talking to a woman who listened to her. He said, I'm gonna cut her off instantly. Yeah. So my point is that she is having a huge impact on women in the community. We got to admit it, whether we like it or not. And she's not young. She's almost 50. Yep. He said, I've been falsely accused before, so I know firsthand the feeling. Yep, absolutely. Let's go back to the video. I don't know why the video keeps freezing like that. Increased over time by a Bowling when those U.S. women green study. What do you mean? They've been scoping you guys for years. We've already done Leo. We've done several videos over the last 3 years of American men being scoped. American men get drugged and scoped all the time. They made movies about American men getting scoped. That movie with J-Lo and the Asian woman called Hustlers, with a true story of how the strippers were scoping men, rich businessmen, and they did like 2 to 3 years in jail. And these were all famous strippers. These were all strippers that were scoping and drugging rich men. That's how common they scope men in the United States. It is very common in the United States for men to get scoped and robbed. Yeah, we've done a lot of videos showcasing that. Yeah, Cardi B said she used to do it. Cardi B was in that movie with J-Lo. And they was drugging them dudes. I mean, they was drugging them and robbing them. Okay, we're going to pull this down. We're going to do it a different way. And then here's some more information on the studies. So, yeah, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to go here. Screen share. And here. Let's move this out of the way. Let's bring this one up. Screen share. Okay, so we'll look at it from here.
Ain't nothing worse or nothing scarier than a woman who knows her rights.
There's just a scandal that came out. This woman falsely accused several young men of doing something to her. These young men tried to delete themselves because it was absolutely lied. Now, evidence came out recently where she went to the store, bought a hammer, beat herself.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
These young men, if it wasn't for other men coming around and supporting these young men, and just because she was a woman, she was believed. And I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I actually come from a family that's happened, but I still know several stories of women who have falsely accused, ruined these young men's lives. And guess what? You know what society says after that? That young woman, this is one woman who was finally held accountable because of her lies and destroying their life. But do you know what happened? Those young men, most of them who have been falsely accused, they lose their scholarship, lose their jobs, they lose everything. And then there's nothing that's said. If it goes away and it wasn't true, you never hear accountability. You never hear any woman go to jail for falsely accusing those men.
There needs to be a law for it.
Move me out of the way. And I'm going to drop the link to this because you often hear me use these stats, but you haven't seen me show them. Yes, your statistics are spot on. In the United States, 36% of all divorces now involve adults over the age of 50 or older. This trend is widely known as gray divorce. It is the only demographic in which divorce rates are consistently increased over time by a Bowling Green study. And then here's some more information on the studies. So I'm going to get that link over to you guys of why the divorces take place. Now, I don't want to burn a bunch of time doing that. Why did I show that? Why did I show you guys that 36% of divorces take place after the age of 30? I mean, after the age of 50. And it's the only demographic of divorces that are increasing in the United States. The reason why I showed you guys that is because, like I keep telling y'all, I don't care if y'all got married at 25, 26, 33. A huge chunk, almost 40% of divorces take place in the United States after you done paid off the house, you've paid off the kids' college, you have saved up enough money in the investments accounts, you are almost on your way to retire, you have made sure that everybody got life insurance and everything's covered. You made sure all that is taken care of. Now she goes through menopause and she tells you, I want a divorce. Almost 40% of the time. So all you do that's ready to brag about, you need to get you a good woman of your standards, get her. Get her. You 37? Get her. You 27? Marry her. Marry her. But statistics are showing she gonna leave after 50.
Almost every divorce is a nightmare story. Guys get financially eviscerated. Often the cases in family courts are based on false accusations. The first thing family law attorneys do, particularly with women, is say, I think he hit you, didn't he? And until they get that yes, and then once that goes out, police will investigate. Most of the time they find there hadn't been an assault here, there's no charges. But by that time, the court has the accusation and they issue ex parte restraining orders and everything else just based on the accusation. No proof whatsoever. It is amazing what they do. They pluck guys from their home, throw them in jail, treat them like garbage, tell them they can't come within 200 yards of their own children, and with nothing, no proof of anything.
Is that the lawyers? That just made a lot of, because sometimes I'll talk to lawyers and I just feel like they're lying. And I don't know why, but I just like there's one
Okay, now that TMZ has released the video of the incident between Big Tigger and his wife, Alicia Brown, I have one question. What the hell was on that damn phone? Okay, because when this story first broke, I felt bad for Alicia. She came online emotional, saying she discovered something she believed was inappropriate between her husband and his co-host. Now, let me be clear. We still haven't seen the actual messages, so we don't know if they crossed the line or if this ordeal was just taken the wrong way. None of us know that. But after watching this new video, my question isn't about the physical struggle anymore or the lack thereof. My question is, why was that phone so important? Because both of them were willing to physically tussle over it. Now, yes, I understand it's his phone. Everybody deserves privacy. I get that. But do you when you're married? Because I also understand being a wife who feels like something ain't adding up. And when trust is already broken, people start looking for answers in the first.
She said, if your wife, is there privacy with the phone? It depends on the man. We're going to look at what the law says. But on a global basis, since it's the global channel, it depends on the man. I've learned that there are men such as myself. Me and Andrea laid a foundation early. We don't go through each other's phone. Andrea knows my password. I know her password. There's been plenty of times I said, Andrea needs to take care of business through my phone. I'll hand her my phone. I walk away. I'm gone somewhere. We don't go through each other's phone. Andrea will open up that whatever app she needs. She goes through that app, close the phone, and we'll leave it right there. She doesn't go through my phone. I've had Andrea's phone. I've never gone through Andrea's phone. We laid that foundation earlier of privacy. It depends on the individual. If I got to go through Andrea's phone, bruh, it's over. I'm that real about Andre. If I got to go through Andrea Wallace's phone, Mrs. Spence, bruh, it's over. What I'm going through her phone for? It's over. I'm not a dude of closure. I'm not y'all. I need to see for myself. No, I don't need all that. I need to start packing my stuff and getting a new apartment. If I at that point where I need the last of the last proof that Andrea is in them streets, and I got to go through my phone, got to go through her phone, bruh, it was over long. It was over long before I went through her phone, bruh. Some of y'all got to go through y'all woman phone because y'all, you got that insecurity about foreign women. I got you. Or your foreign woman is always grabbing your phone to go through your phone. I feel you. That's why I say it depends on the person. Me, if I'm dating a foreign woman, she imagines going through my phone. She ain't never got to worry about even seeing that phone again. But that's Andre. And that's why I say with the phone situation, it depends on the individual. Everybody's different. But the law, we're going to see what the law says. Because this channel is all about the law. I don't care nothing about men or women's feelings. Right. You snatch my phone. You take my phone. I got to wrestle over my phone. Yeah, this ain't going to work for me. If you have to vehemently ask to go through your girl's phone and she gets angry, and I mean make a bluff, this bluff to do it, this relationship is over. Yeah. Even if you're bluffing and she just acting a fool. Now, some women are like, hey, that's my privacy. And I see that. And I kind of looked at that situation. You know what? I kid you not, this is what I thought with Big Tigger. Tigger was not, if you look at that video again, Tigger was not upset. He was very calm for a dude that was trying to hide something. I believe that he wanted to get his phone back before she threw it and smashed it. I believe Tigger knows his wife more than any of us. That little 30-second clip that we saw, Tigger's been with her long enough to know how his wife is. in my mind, from the first time I saw the video, I thought to myself, if she stands up, she's going to throw that phone. She's going to smash that phone. That's what I was thinking. I was not thinking, what's in the phone? That's women. Women think gossipy stuff like that. They thinking about what's in the phone. Why is he all like that? What actually, for a man that really, he was really calm. If you look at it, Tigger didn't even raise his voice. He just was like, give me my phone. I'm not stepping on her. Give me, very monotone. But in my mind, I'm thinking if she stands up, if she gets a chance, she's going to smash that man's phone. And we all know a lot of women that are like that around the world. They're just violence to be violent to be violent. But let's go back.
Place they gonna go is the phone.
It is now illegal to go through your husband's phone. And this is for every ear that can hear me. This is not just a Texas issue. This is also a federal crime.
So now you know the answer, gentlemen. All you dudes in the States, it is a federal crime to go through your girl's phone. And for your girl to go through your phone. So all you dudes that think it's cute that your girlfriend or your wife goes through her phone, goes through your phone, or you think it's cool to ramble through your girl's phone, you do know she can call the feds on you. You do know that, right? I'm gonna say this again. Y'all do know your woman can call the feds, right? And have you locked up on a federal case, right? You know that, right? You do know going through your woman's phone is illegal eavesdropping and wiretapping, even if she gives you the password. You do know that, right? Okay. Quite obvious. A lot of y'all don't. Well, yes, it's a federal crime. It's under the same umbrella as wiretapping.
The Federal Wiretap Act states it is unlawful to intercept any wire, oral, or electronic communication. It is also unlawful to disclose the contents of the wire, oral, or electronic communication. Y'all know what's considered electronic communication? Text messages, emails, DMs. And it doesn't matter if you're in a community property state, saying that the phone is community property will not work. Even if your husband willingly gave you his password, it still would not work. The courts feel that even if he did give you the password, you went beyond the scope of what he thought you would reasonably be doing with his phone, such as taking screenshots of a text message that you would eventually use against him in court. I was in court waiting on my turn, watching another hearing before me. It was a divorce case, and the wife was on the stand talking about adultery. Her attorney then started the process of admitting text messages into evidence that showed the husband was talking to this woman, and it was very inappropriate. The text messages 100% proved husband was cheating. There was photos, there was conversations about the other night. All of a sudden, husband lawyer jumps up and says, Your Honor, I think you need to admonish the witness about her Fifth Amendment right to self-incrimination because she's about to tell on herself and admit to a crime. Then he turns ever so slightly and says, I think you might want to tell her lawyer as well because they'll both be in jail together. Judge then proceeds to tell her that how...
Absolutely correct. Going through somebody's phone and being the attorney using evidence that was in somebody's phone can get you and the attorney locked up. Absolutely correct. That is federal law. Some of these laws are under the same umbrella of going and opening up somebody else's mail. You can be charged for opening up somebody else's mail. Can't you? We all have known that. It's the same thing electronically. You don't have the right to go through that woman's phone. I don't care how jealous you are. I don't care how insecure you are, American men. You have no right to go through a woman's phone. So when she calls the Fed on you and you lose your job trying to prove that she cheating on you, which you already know she cheating on you with a coworker. You already know it. You already sense it. You can tell the change in her behavior. And now you want to go through her phone. Don't worry about it, bruh. When she called the police, don't be a punk about it. Go and put your hands out. Get the click clacks on you. Go on down to jail. Hope that they give you a bond before you need to be at work on Monday. You got to see the judge before you get a bond. So you're going to miss Monday or Tuesday. All that because you want to go through some heifer's phone. All that because you've been coochie whipped. All that because you didn't know how to stand on your manhood and stay out that woman's phone and just move on with your life. All that because you got coochie whipped. All that because you got the wrong chick pregnant and now you stuck with a baby mama that you didn't want to get with. So now, instead, you got two choices to leave her. You can leave her by going to jail, or you can leave her by going about your business. But you gonna leave her alone. She gonna get another man. I'm gonna say this again for all you brothers in the States. And when I mean brothers, I mean everybody, all men. She gonna get another man. Either she gonna get another man when you go to jail for going through her cell phone, or she gonna get another man because you finally left her alone. But either way, she gonna get another man. So which way you want to play this game? We can do it the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. Which way you want to do this? Yeah, I thought so. You want to do it the hard way. You so controlling over these women, over coochie. You will wrestle and tussle a chick down over her cell phone. You will smack a chick around over her cell phone. You will get mad at a chick over her cell phone. If my woman won't give me her cell phone, it's over. Bruh, if you knew it was over long before you asked her for that cell phone. I'm so tired of American men trying to play like we stupid. We ain't stupid. We are far from stupid, brothers. If you know that you are at a point where you got to go through that woman's phone, I don't care if it's been 3 years or 3 weeks. That is not the woman for you. I don't care if she had your baby. That is not the woman for you. I don't care if y'all purchased a house or a seal together. Y'all got a pet seal walking around the house. I do not care if y'all got a pet Wolverine. That is not your woman. The day that you think you need to go through her phone, that's the day. Or if you scared to even go through her phone, that too. But the day you decide to go through her phone, don't worry about it. Even if you don't find nothing, it's over. Because you too insecure, bruh. That woman got you whipped. You too weak. I said it, you weak. So you telling me you ain't go, man, I never been through any woman's phone. So let's not do that with the Andrea thing. I ain't never, ever in the history of Andre-dom ever went through a woman's phone. You know why? Because I ain't never been with a woman that has gone through my phone. I don't play that. I had one woman dare touch my cell phone to call herself going through it. You know what happened? In less than a year, I filed divorce on her. The one woman that dared to grab my cell phone in the name of going through my phone, in less than a year, I had me a new apartment on the other side of Tampa, and I was filing divorce papers. I do not wait around. I ain't that dude. I ain't weak like that. I'll let other men be the weak ones, not me. You touch my phone and go through my phone you want to. You ain't got to worry about no arguments. You ain't got to worry about no cussing, no fussing. I ain't going to argue down about going through my phone. I ain't going to go through your phone. All you're going to do is come home one day and all my stuff is gone. I ain't wired like y'all. I ain't gonna be sitting up here arguing back and forth with no woman about going through my phone. You ain't got to worry about going through my phone. Here you go. I'm gonna hand it to you. Going through my phone. I'm gonna hand it to you. The whole time I'm getting a whole new apartment on the other side of the city. That's Andre. I ain't like y'all. I ain't wired weak like that. I'm not wired weak like that. Begging and pleading. Who is this? And what's his name? What you mean, David? I ain't going through none of that, bro. You ain't never got to worry about me going through none of that. Soon as that chick picked up my phone, and I remember it was at night, and she was like, this chick right here, and she called the number. And come to find out, it was just one of my cool female friends. And she was like, Andre, why is your woman calling me? I said, I do not know. She said, you do know I ain't got nothing to do with y'all mess. I said, I understand that completely. Less than a year, we stand in the front of the judge and she's giving me my last name back. True story. Less than a year, we're standing in front of a judge and she's giving me my last name back. I don't play that. If I feel like I got to go through a woman's phone, it's over. If a woman feels like she's got to go through my phone, it's over. But hey, I realize everybody not Dre. Some dudes gonna hang around. Some dudes love a woman that cheats. So be it. He said, Dre, I'm speaking for myself. He said, but the lure of talking to the ladies in America and starting a family in the United States are unappealing. Living elsewhere is rejuvenating, honestly. It is, bruh. I feel so much peace. I feel so much love. I've told Andre the other day that I really believe, and I told her this about a year ago, I really believe the only time I've ever been in love is with my wife now. I thought that I was in love with somebody. I mean it. I thought I was in love with a lot of women. But when it comes to real lifetime love, I gotta admit, this is the only time in my life I ever been in love with somebody. Ever. I thought I knew love. But then when I got out here in the real world and wasn't with training wheels, love in the United States, you know, United States, we have our version of love. And then you find out that America's version of love is nothing but training wheels. You find out what real love is, when somebody really got your back, when somebody really down for you like 4 flat tires. You start with love that you can kind of like relax with and like, okay, I'm good. This is the only time, bro. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I wish I could lie to you, but no, I ain't about to sit up here and pretend, bro. And Andre is not standing right here and all that stuff. I'm not telling y'all nothing I ain't already told her. Hell no, I wasn't in love in the United States. I thought I was, but I wasn't. I thought I could, but I couldn't. I thought I was real, but I was pretending. It is what it is. I thought it was real, but it wasn't. It wasn't. I ain't gonna be funny style and pretend like, yes, it was. No, it wasn't. I wasn't in love with them chicks. I was not about to do or die for them chicks and with them chicks. I was not looking even at my own wife for 14 years as if I want to be with her for a lifetime. I didn't look at my wife like that. I was looking at the woman I was married to at that time period by the years. Okay, I'm married to you this year. And then when the next year come, I'm married to you this year. Then when the next year come, I'm married to you this year. I never looked at her like a lifetime woman. Not once. And this was a good person. Like I said, she was fit, feminine, friendly, supportive, all that stuff. America's version of all that. But I always looked at her per year. Like, you made it through this year. Now I'm married to you this year. But I never sat back and said, let me get insurance policies. I never had insurance policies with her as a dependent. Never thought about investments with her. Never thought about this with her. Never thought about travel with her. Never thought about kids with her. Never. This is supposed to be my wife at that time period. So why is it that I'm not seeking legacy, future, none of that? I just was thinking about that year. I looked at her like a really nice girlfriend and should have kept it like that. Andrea, I think about more of when I'm off this planet than when I'm on this planet. I think about when we had kids. I think about home ownership. I think about, okay, when I pass on, how she get the Social Security? Okay, when I pass on, how much insurance policy do I have for the kids? Okay, I need to set up a trust. I need to set this up. Okay, set up a holding company for this. I never thought like that for no woman. Not one. Not one. Not one. The chicks that you cry over. I love not a one. And when you finally find real love in your life as a man, you gonna realize half of them chicks that you cried over and was sad about, you didn't even love them chicks. In other words, you weren't willing to go to the end of time with them chicks. You just was in love within that window of that time right then and there. But you ain't loved that chick for no lifetime. You didn't even see her for a lifetime. But when y'all broke up, it hurt like it was gonna be for a lifetime. But it ain't. That's why some of y'all don't realize there's life after divorce. There is life. And a lot of us can tell you there is life after a divorce, bruh. A lot, it's scary because you don't know what's on the other end of the bruh. There is so much life after divorce. A lot of us in the comments can tell you, bruh, your life is far, far, far from being over. Some of y'all can't, not even a divorce, a breakup. Some of y'all think that a breakup is just going to obliterate your life. No, it won't. Even if she won't let you see them kids when them kids are 12, those kids will be 22 one day. And by God's grace, you can enjoy your kids from their age of 22 all the way to your child is almost 42, 52 years old. You're going to have more time with your kids than time without your kids. Them 7, 8 years that she kept your kids away and it just hurt you. I get it, bro. That's pain. That's pain. I understand. But I'm telling you, life goes on, bro. Life goes on. So if you're trying to stick around for them kids, all right. That's serious. He said, I don't want no problem with Dr. Umar. I feel you. He said, I'd rather kick rocks and pound sand than fighting with a woman over a phone. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. It's not worth it. Kofa says this, facts. That's not how healthy relationships should be. 100%. He said 100% going through phones. Bro, you know how many times I forgot my phone and flew back to the United States? And fortunately, I had my little extra spare phone. Andrea could have spent days just going through my phone if she wanted to. Days. She just put the phone on the charger and leave it there. I am not going to fuss with Andrea over her phone. I'm not that dude. Let me see your phone. If you guys ask me, go through Andrea's phone. Why? I have no reason to suspect Andrea. The day I got a reason to suspect Andrea, you ain't got to worry about me going through no phone. That's the last thing I'm going through. If I ever suspected my wife of anything, she ain't never got to think it's the cell phone that I'm going through. If I'm sitting up here suspecting, I'm packing bags. I'm going to the other side of the city. I ain't like y'all. If I know that I know something going on, something ain't right, bro, I ain't like y'all. I'm gone. Y'all sit around and cry and beg and plead. Why, baby? Why? Why would you do this to us? Why? Not me. I would rather shed my tears in my own new apartment with my own new furniture and my own everything than to shed my tears in front of a woman that already looks at me less than, and that's why she cheating. I ain't like y'all. Why? I don't even know why. This dude been smashing my woman, and I need to know why? Hell no, he already getting the coochie. He's already getting because why? Because y'all find out why. Is she gonna stop giving up that coochie? Oh, she ain't? Then you finding out why don't mean nothing, does it? She's still gonna be giving up that coochie. Y'all funny, man. I love y'all brothers, but y'all funny with it. That's serious. He say, Dre, when you signed that marriage license, when you first got married, did you thought marriage would be smooth sailing? No. There's no such thing. I knew marriage wouldn't be smooth. You'd be a fool to think that any marriage is smooth sailing. A fool of fools would think that. That's like being dumb enough to believe in 50-50. That's like being dumb enough to think that you're going to be 100-0. Marriage is one day it's 50-50. Next day it's 100-0. Next day is 70-30. Next day it could be 50-50. Next day it's 100-0. It changes every day. Marriage is accepting the fact that tomorrow is not going to be like today. That's what marriage is. Marriage is y'all in a great place, and then it could be 6 months later, y'all sit up there and y'all in a hellacious moment. And then all of a sudden, life grants you 5-10 years of greatness. Then all of a sudden, her parent pass on or your parent pass on, and you're going through the psychological issue of losing a parent, or that person is going through the psychological issues of losing a parent. You got to be able to ride that through with them, or they got to be able to ride it through with you. That's marriage. Marriage is two planets coming together, not colliding, not even becoming as one, but at least evolving around each other like we do the sun. That's what marriage is. All you do is that think everything gonna be roses and great sex every day and walking across flowers and butterflies. Y'all have never been married. Real marriage is always dealing with the tests that life brings. That's real marriage for both of you. Not saying that it's, oh my God, this marriage is so hard. It's so no. I'm just saying that whether you're single or whether you're married, life keeps lifing. Life keeps lifing. That's all. That's all. It's not about it's bad or rough or tough. It's life keeps lifing. He said, Andre, a real man seeks a real man. If you were a real man, you would be seeking closure. If you were a real man. I don't need I've never been like that. I've never been like that. I think I got closure one time from a chick, and it was like, it had to be like a year and a half. And I just so happened to see her in a library getting books, and I was getting some books. I just so happened to be there. And I said, what happened? What was going on with you? I didn't say what was happening with us. What happened to our love? No, I was like, what was going on with you in the relationship? What happened to you? She said, Andre, she said, you know how women always ask for a good man? I said, yeah. She said, a lot of us don't want to admit we're not ready for a good man. She said, we don't want to admit that we put good men on pedestals like y'all put pretty women on pedestals. She said, I put you on a mental pedestal, and I was so scared of losing you that I was destroying the relationship and lost you. That's exactly what she said. She said, I put you on a mental pedestal. She said, because you were so smart, you were so this, you didn't let life get to you. You were so focused. She said, and I had never met a man that like dressed like you and behavior like you. She said, most dudes out here just like on some hood stuff. They're not ingenuitive. She said, they're not educated. She said, look at where we are right now. We're in a library getting books. Most men ain't in libraries unless they're trying to fill out for job applications because they ain't got a computer at home. She said, it's stuff like that that made me put you on a mental pedestal. She said, and I was so scared of losing you that I was destroying everything. She said, and the sad part is I lost myself and I lost you. All right. And I walked away and kept pushing. I wasn't like, well, it's all right. You know, things happen. I ain't say none of that. I was like, all right, grab my book, checked out of the library, kept pushing. I don't even need closure of the closure. I'm not one of them dudes like, well, what about? I ain't do none of that. That little short part I told y'all, that was all I heard. I was like, okay, and walked out. That's it. Shout out to D. Kirk in the building. And walked out. Closure does not alleviate pain, fellas. I'm gonna say this again. Closure does not alleviate pain. So even if you find out why she did it, A, she's not gonna tell you the truth. B, it's still not gonna stop hurting. The ending of a relationship hurts. Whether you caused the ending or she caused it. Closure has never stopped the pain of a relationship. When it was over, it's still going to hurt. So why you guys sit around begging women for closure? Why, girl? Why? When it's not going to alleviate the pain of it being over anyway. I never understood that. It's going to hurt. I expect it to hurt. I'll ride through this pain. I will move on. I will be okay. But to sit back and think if you get closure, then all of a sudden the pain that you're going through is going to stop. It's not. And even if y'all got back together, the fact that you know that she cheated, that pain is not going anywhere either. So if you think is that okay, well, I'm gonna give her a second chance, you are not going to keep feeling that pain over and over and over. Every time she's hanging out with her girlfriends, a few extra hours, you not losing your mind. Where you at? Where you going? Where you been? Why can't you tell me where you at? I'm on my way. All that stuff that interrupts your life, man, please. He said, which Dr. Umar book are you buying, Drake? None of them. Not one Umar book. He said, women put good men on pedestals the way good men put beautiful women on pedestals. Yeah, that's what she said. That's exactly what she said to me. I you would think the way she behaved, I was not on a pedestal. But then when she said it, I was like, okay. That's how I was. I was like, okay. And kept it pushing. I wasn't like, but you didn't need to, but our love, I ain't do none of that. I didn't do none of that. I literally said, okay, and walked out. Checked out my book and was gone, bro. Seriously. Dave says this. He said, whenever a situation gets tough, I always use the movie Heat for reference. We need to watch that movie, come to think of it. Let me write that down. The movie Heat for reference. Don't allow yourself to get attached to anything that you're not willing to walk out on in 50 seconds or less. Correct. I don't expect my wife to be worshiping me and bowing the knee to me. My wife is a human being just like the rest. I think that's one of the biggest things that me and Andrea have. We try our best to treat each other like we're human beings and not these false images of what a husband or a wife is supposed to be. So if we make mistakes, it happens. If we don't, it's okay. I know, right? You say Black Queens Forever, Department of Affairs. That's that Umar. So yes, so no, you cannot go through your woman's phone. It's illegal, guys.
She came about getting those text messages out of her husband's phone is potentially a violation of the Texas Wiretap Act and the Federal Wiretap Act. He looks up at her lawyer and says, counsel, the fact that you're in possession of a lawful potential wiretap material incriminates you as well. And the judge did a quick recess so everyone could go consult with criminal law attorneys.
You can be fined up to $250,000 for going through your significant other's phone. And I just want to say that I'm so glad that I'm single right now, because I definitely would have gotten in trouble for this. This is all thanks to the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, which is a federal law. This basically means that it is illegal to go through someone's personal electronic communications, which is phones, emails, things of that nature. And yes, you can no longer go through their social media accounts. I'm so sorry. However, it is a little bit of wiggle room if you share the same device or if you share the same account. So do what you will with that.
Is it illegal to go through your partner or spouse's phone? Funny enough, 40% of women think that this is normal behavior, while it's only 30% for men. But the short answer is, unless you pay for it or you have permission, you can't just knowingly go through someone else's phone. And in many civil disputes, including divorce, it often is thrown out as evidence that's not admissible. Many spouses try to find evidence of cheating on their spouse's phone, thinking it's going to help them in a divorce proceeding. But much of the time, it ends up backfiring, you're hurting them, and it's illegal. Don't do it.
Bring it in, ladies. It's game time. All right. They now have created a law where if you go through a person's phone, people are on TikTok saying if you go through their phone, it's illegal. That's not.
Now, this young lady is going to try to justify it.
Not true, ladies. It's not true. It states that you cannot use what you find in said phone if obtained through not getting permission to go through the phone. You cannot use that information in court. It's not admissible. Okay, I've read through it. I guess I do have a legal studies degree with it. But I wanted to know what the fuck was going on. So basically, in some states, you know, if you find your spouse is being unfaithful, you can get, you know, some money for that. Now, you know, I figured we just have to be more creative. We have to be more creative. That's all it is. I'll give an example. If it was me, I found out my husband's cheating. Out through the phone, actually. Take that back. I found out through the fucking phone. Cool. I know I can't use that shit in court to get my bread. So what I'm going to do is, all you got to do is set him up. Set him up. Get your friend, somebody, anybody where you can use their stuff on their phone to get them caught up. There's always a way, because where there's a will, there's a motherfucking way. And we're gonna push through. We're gonna push through, ladies. We're gonna push through. But also, it's not illegal for you to go through your man's phone. Just so you know. That's not the case. You just can't use it in court, in a court proceeding. So that would be that. But we're still pretty good. We're still good. We're gonna push through. We're gonna get creative, ladies. Bring it in. One band, one motherfucking sound, okay?
I had a client who was accused of a crime that never actually occurred. He was in a bitter fight with his wife about other issues in the house, money, child rearing, responsibility, issues involving self-esteem, and things like that. And during a fight, she decided she was going to call 911. She called 911, and to the police on 911, she said that her husband had attacked her, had beat her viciously, had locked her in her room, had dragged her around the house, and had beaten her all day. We didn't believe that was true. My client said it's absolutely not true. The prosecutor in that case, even though my client had a master's degree and no criminal history and was a father who supported his family, the offer in that case was to go to prison and be convicted of a felony forever. We said that's not appropriate. In fact, we weren't even going to take a misdemeanor because our client was innocent. But the only choice in that case was to go to trial. That is an incredibly risky thing to do because you don't know what a jury's going to do. You don't know if a jury might just not like you, might not like your lawyer, might prejudge the facts, might prejudge the case. We went to trial in that case, and it took about 3 weeks of jury selection, opening statements, direct examination, cross-examination. And in the end, the judge said those magic words, "The defendant shall rise." My client had to stand up during the reading of the verdict. Not guilty. Domestic violence, not guilty. Kidnapping, not guilty. Assault with a deadly weapon. Now, that client was completely exonerated in court, but that didn't take away the fact that he went to jail, the fact that he was charged with a felony, the fact that he had to pay for a lawyer and pay for a trial, and that he had to withstand and suffer through the indignity of those public allegations. There is nothing like being accused of a crime in open court. Nothing like it.
This is one of the reasons why I say all coochie ain't good coochie. And I'll say this about this man here that he's talking about, that the attorney is talking about. And I'll say this about many of us men. I do not think men are as naive as we play when it comes to who's a good woman and who's a trash. I do not, from the bottom of my heart, I do not think men are as stupid as we try to play to be. We know within a few days, if not a few hours, a few conversations, who's stable, who's unstable. We know within the first month of dating somebody, is this person going to work my nerves or this person not? Women do not change that much to where we don't notice, at least within the first year. Come on, fellas. My hypothesis is we know that she ain't the one, but we get comfortable. And now that we're comfortable, hey, maybe I'm just seeing things. She still gives me the big piece of chicken. Hey, her kids aren't as bad as I thought they would be. All 7 of them. I thought just because she got 7 kids that something would be wrong, but it ain't that bad. We've had a couple arguments, a couple fights, but you know, it could be worse. I know other people with worse situations. I know some partners that's been in jail over some. My woman ain't never called the police on me, so it ain't that bad. We excuse ours. That first year, we are full of red flag excuses. So I get it, but I'm gonna tell you this: you will never convince me that we men are as stupid as we claim to be or pretend to be. As naive, I didn't know, she changed. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I really believe that most of us men know when a woman is a good woman and we know when a woman ain't, and we decide to get the woman that ain't because she get firehead. Because she get firehead and she let me get the big piece of chicken. I'm willing to take her kids over the good women that doesn't have kids, but she give her head game as fire. But this will give me the big piece of chicken and she give firehead. So forget the good woman. I will take a trashy woman because she get firehead. And we men fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. Very often. DJ says this because they're only going through Pookie's phone because they don't want us. Good point, brother. We're almost done, gentlemen.
And unless you fight back, you're not going to be treated fairly by the system. I know that from my experience defending clients for the last 20 years.
So you didn't do anything wrong here?
I don't feel like I did. No. I mean, he took, my love and the vows that I made to him when we got married and totally trumped all over that for the first year of our marriage. Disrespected me, disrespected my home, disrespected our marriage.
I understand why you feel justified for putting him in jail. I'm just asking if you ran a red light in putting him in jail. Did you make statements that weren't true?
I may have said that there was punching or hitting. and there was not that to my recollection.
Well, you
recollection, but
didn't
there was.
maybe say it. You either said it or you didn't. You either said he hit me and punched me, or you didn't. Did you?
I did.
You did.
I did.
And did he hit you and punch you?
No.
Okay.
Not to my recollection.
You knew it wasn't true when you said it, though. I mean, let's be honest.
Yes.
You knew it wasn't true when you said it, right?
Yes.
Like clients do this one to me all the time. Like they'll like, my client will come in and say, usually a woman will come in and be like, yeah, so like I just, he was doing this, and then like so I grabbed it and I was like, I'm sorry, wait, you put your hands on it? Well, you like, yeah, like on his hand and on his arm and like maybe the phone. I'm like, okay, so like you put your hands on his body and forcibly pulled away well, I wouldn't say it was forcibly. Well, did you use force to do it, or did you use telepathy? And she's like, well, I guess I took it. I'm like, okay, so you grabbed him, restrained him, and then you pulled him. And they sort of are like, well, no, but it's not like that. Like suddenly there is suddenly a gender binary.
Right.
Like, it's like, well, I'm like, he's like so much bigger than me. And I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't really mean that you couldn't assault him or physically intimidate him or, anything along those lines. Like Bruce Lee was smaller than me. I'm 6'2". He wasn't. Like, I think he probably could have kicked my ass. So I think this is unfortunately typical. What I think is even more humorous, though, is the way that this narrative gets framed. It just keeps getting put back up there as like, yeah, so then I was forced to do this thing. And I just don't know. The emotional affair thing is also always very shocking to me. What she's essentially suggesting is that if she was worried that something would impact her career, that's an appropriate basis for her to attempt to use physical force to stop a person from disseminating that information.
I'm being evicted from my house now. Immediately.
If a woman makes a false allegation of physical abuse against a man, and a judge determines that those are false allegations, that woman should have to spend time in jail.
All right, so here's the deal. She's serving a PFA against you. What is that? Protection from abuse.
If we find out that the attorney is connected to the false allegation, that person should never be able to practice law again.
Notice everything that he's saying is should. Here's the scenario. This incident happened a couple years ago with this gentleman. This brother right here was coming home from work. You're going to see the video. Coming home from work. Locks changed. Front door, back door. Restraining order presented. Police, that's what you're seeing. That's an actual real incident. Police are telling him you have a DV abuse restraining order on you. Because a lot of women, before they file for divorce to get the house and get everything else that you're paying on, where your kids are in that house, you come home. And this is common in the States. This is not a one-off. Messing with American women. You come home. Locks change. Police are waiting for you. The judge has already signed a restraining order. So everything he's saying is she should get locked up, but it's not against the law. She ain't getting locked up. Any judge that does this, any attorney, they should, but they ain't, because the United States is legal for a woman to do false accusations against you in order to get everything in a divorce. It's legal. So y'all can say it should all y'all want about the legal system, the ladies and the laws. You should have enough sense to not deal with these women, but you don't. How about that one? T-Mac says this. He said, this is common practice in divorce. Lawyers recommend women do that. And I've heard that before.
Just can't believe that my wife is serving me with a protection for what? Protection from abuse. This is for you. This is your copy. Yep.
What does that mean?
What's that?
A protection from abuse.
There was something going on between you two
Yes.
that she didn't like, all right? So she filed a protection from abuse order against you.
There is a technique called the silver bullet or the magic bullet. And many attorneys use this. And many attorneys know that attorneys use this. Many judges know that attorneys use this technique. I am being put out of my house. I am being accused of abusing my wife. The technique involves having a woman make a false allegation of physical abuse in order to have her husband removed from the house. A woman who is willing to do this should be sent to jail, should be given a very stiff financial penalty.
Should. But she ain't. Because everything she's doing to you is legal. And everything all these other women do, like T-Mac said, it's legal. It's legal for a woman to go downtown, file a false restraining order on you. It's legal. Now what y'all gonna do? Y'all still gonna keep simping for these women in the States. That's what you're gonna do. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. Y'all gonna go on social media and talk. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. Yeah, there's a few male advocate groups out there, but y'all ain't gonna join them. What's the use of me, Andre, joining American male advocate groups from Colombia? You live there. Why don't y'all join them? Because you ain't. Y'all not gonna go online tomorrow morning and look up some male advocate groups that helps fight for the rights of men. Y'all ain't gonna do that. Y'all gonna, the next piece of coochie you can suck, that's what y'all gonna do. Let's be real. And then when it goes left, like with this dude, you want to blame the judge. Let's be honest. Let's be real, because we know nothing happens in one day in a relationship. I'll say this again. Nothing happens. Okay. You don't fall in love with a woman and build a solidified relationship in one day, do you? It takes time. So it is with the erosion of a relationship. When a relationship is falling apart and she files the restraining order, you knew and I know that relationship was over 2-3 years ago when you should have been left. And that's probably the part that disappoints me more about American men than anything else. We refuse to leave. We think that it's an honorable thing. I'm going to stand strong for my marriage and my kids and everything. We think that's honorable. Women don't give a dang about your honor. Women do not care that you said I will fall on a sword to keep my family together. Women don't care. Women ain't falling on no sword for you. Women and them kids ain't falling on the sword. The cat and the dog ain't falling on the sword for you. That house is not falling on the sword for you. Those cars are not falling on the sword for you. Nobody at your job is falling on the sword for you. But you are always talking about, I will fall. Men love unconditionally. A man will fall on the sword for his family. Man, bruh, your family ended 3 years ago. And instead of making preparations to protect ourselves, we will still walk around like ain't nothing happening. Did I not say this all the time? Women circle their wagons before filing for a divorce. Always. Everybody knows that she's going to leave you before you know she's going to leave you. That's globally. Her mama knows. Daddy, cousin knows. Her gay friend knows. All her girlfriends know. Her co-workers know. The pastor, the imam, and the priest know. That dog knows, and that cat knows the kids. She done already prepared the kids for when daddy gone. Ain't nobody running to the window talk about something. My daddy, I want my daddy. Them kids been prepared for about 2 years for when you get a restraining order and for the day that you are no longer in them house. Them kids are sitting up there watching cartoons. Hey, daddy, I see you getting your stuff. All right, daddy. I love you too. They still watching cartoons. Them kids are still sitting up there playing Xbox. Dang, Dad. You good? You good? All right, Dad, I'll holler at you. I love you. No, my mama just kicked my daddy out. He good. He that's my dog. He good. Everybody prepared, but you want to fall on the sword. The only time that men in the United States have the balls to divorce women or leave relationships, statistically, 61% of the time, and you've heard me say it a million times, when we are stepdads. Stepfathers are the only ones that leave at a 61% clip. But all the rest of you dudes, you coward, hoping things would turn around, and they get worse and worse. And in those 3 years, all she did was prepare bank accounts, set everything up in order. So when she gets everything, she's straight. You torn apart. Even though you may be making good money, you're torn apart. Don't ever think women divorced you on the day she filed for the divorce. Don't ever think women left you on the day she got the police restraining order on you. She been left you, bruh. She left you when you should have left her. I'll say that again. A woman will leave you mentally the same month that you should have left her physically. So I never get women. You'll never see me get mad at women when it comes to American men and when they file divorce on y'all. You will never see me. I do not think men are that. The reason why I don't get mad at women for filing divorces on American men at an 80% clip, because I do not think American men are that stupid to believe I didn't know. You will never convince me of that. You will never convince me that you walked in a house one day and all the doors was locked and the police standing out there give you a restraining order and you didn't see it coming. You may not have saw a restraining order coming, but you already saw the end of that relationship coming 3-4 years ago. Some of y'all saw the end of the relationship and y'all ain't even have no kids. You hung around when you should have left. Now you got 2 kids by a woman you should have left 5 years ago. You got a 1-year-old and you got a 3-year-old by a woman who you didn't want and she didn't want you. But you were such a coward. You stayed in a relationship for a woman with a woman that didn't want you. You end up with 2 kids that you now paying child support for when you should have been gone. That's why I feel sorry for men, because you know you should have been left. I never feel sorry for men. You will never get me to feel sad for you, because what these women are doing to you all is legal. It's the law. Everything that they do to y'all is the law. Is it fair? No. Is it legal? Yes. Is it fair? No. Is it legal? Yes. You will never get me to convince that we were just walking around stupid, and all of a sudden we know how to build businesses. We know how to go to the military. We know how to do all these other things. We know how to sit back and be ingenuitive and create products and other things and invent things. Then all of a sudden us men, oh my God, what is that? A restraining order? Well, Toto, you looking at the dog like Toto, where did that come from? Where did the restraining order? Mother, you been knew that relationship was over. You been knew that relationship was over 3 years ago. Why the hell you want to pretend? Well, I thought we had a chance because we got kids together. She didn't think that. When she filed for that divorce, did she think about them kids? Oh, she didn't know. When she filed for the divorce, did she think about that dog? No. When she filed for the divorce, did she think about your mama and her mama and what they thought? No. When she filed for that divorce, did she think about what your coworkers and your friends had to say about you or would say about her? No. She wouldn't care if every one of y'all called her out of her name. She's still filing for divorce. She still gonna get that house unless y'all have to sell it. She still will rather sit up there and lose economics because according to statistics, women lose economics during a divorce far more than men do. She would rather go broke and start all over again than to be with you. And you ain't see that coming? I'm gonna say that again. According to statistics, women lose out during divorce economically 3 times as much as men do. In other words, men economically bounce back faster than women do. A woman would rather be broke and have to start from scratch than to be with you. And you trying to convince me that you ain't see that coming? You ain't see none of that coming. I saw my divorce coming. Oh, I saw that motherfucker. That mother was right there like a Mack truck with lights on that hit the light. I saw that coming. Oh, I saw it. I ain't gonna even lie to you. We all see breakups coming, but men like to play stupid. That's the part that I don't give us grace with. I give us grace with a lot of stuff, but when it comes to playing stupid with the ending of a relationship, you saw that, bruh. You saw it, man. But she was mean. Yes, she was. But she was evil. Mm-hmm. She was. But she was demonstrative. Yes, she was. She was demonic. Mm-hmm. And you saw it all. You saw it all. I said you saw it all. The divorce was not her being demonic. She been demonic. The divorce was not her being evil. She been evil. I don't know why y'all trying to act like these women changed. That heifer was like that the day you met her. You just ignored because she gave fire head. No, Dre, it wasn't like that. It was, what was it like, bro? Go ahead. Come on, Batman, riddle me. Riddle me, Batman, because all of us got an excuse. At least I had enough balls to tell y'all I saw my divorce coming. So riddle me how you ain't see your divorce coming. Go on, tell me. Go on, put it in the comment section. How you ain't see your girlfriend about to leave you? Go ahead, Batman, riddle me. Put it in the comments. I want to hear this. I want to entertain me. I want to hear this one. This is going to be good. I might as well pull out some popcorn. I want to hear how y'all did not see the ending. I have never been in a relationship that I didn't already see the ending coming. Now, whether I accepted it or not, that's one thing. But I have never been in a relationship. I'm not talking about a situationship or a jump off or a side chick. No, I'm talking about somebody that you in a real relationship with. I saw every one of my relationships on its down. I'm talking about plummeting like a plane. I saw both motors turning off on that plane. Both engines turning off. I saw the wings snap off of the airplane. There's a parachute looking for me right there. I could have rescued myself by jumping out early. What did I do? I'm in that. I got the parachute on now. I'm not just looking at the parachute. I'm wearing the parachute. It is now 2,000 feet before it's about to smash into the side of a mountain. I'm still trying to maneuver this plane with no motors. One wing broke off. At 2,000 feet, the rudder pops. Wow. So I can't even maneuver this thing. I got a parachute on. I could have left one when it was at 50,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 10,000 feet. It's at 2,000. Now it's at 1,100 feet before it's about to crash into the ground right on the side of a mountain. And we men will sit there with a parachute on and lie to ourselves, talking about it ain't as bad as it looks. So go ahead, riddle me this. Put in the comment section how you ain't know. Because I have never been in the serious. I've only been in 4 serious relationships, 4. And every one of when the mothers got ready to come to the end, there was no surprise. And all women are cookie cutters around the world. They circle their wagons. They tell everybody that they're about to leave you. So everybody ready. So when she ready to leave you, her mama already comforting her, the pastor already comforting her, her friends ready to cry with her, her boss already gonna give her a couple of days off to get her mind right. She's already got everything set up to put the kids in preschool since you ain't gonna be around. She got all this stuff set up. You sitting up there going fishing because you don't know nothing about what she doing for the last 6 months. She done got the restraining order put on you. The lock's going to be changed on Wednesday. Soon as you go to work, there's a locksmith coming over at 12:30 that's going to change the locks and everything in that house. In that apartment, the same thing. She done already told the kids, don't open up the door for you. I know that's your daddy, but don't open up the door. She already got the restraining order. She started that while you having dinner and you thinking life is good. That woman is looking at you and smiling in your face while a judge is signing a restraining order that she gonna give to you next Thursday. Next Thursday, while you thinking everything is fine, y'all eating steak, the kids are laughing in your face. Your own kids have already been programmed to laugh in your face. You talking to her friends. Hey, Andre. Hey, Rachel. How you doing, girl? I'm fine. Her friends are laughing in your face for one last week. She's letting you kick back, watch the football game and the basketball game for one last week. She already know this day, next week, it won't be any football games going on that television right there. You know why? Because it will be a restraining order and you will not be in the house to watch football. She already circled her wagons, and women around the world do that. It's not an American thing. It's a global thing. Women do not do separation alone. Men do. You know why? Because we hang around a lot longer than we need to. All of us do it. I've done it. You've done it. You've been in that plane with that parachute on. It's at 500 feet. Too late to jump. It's too late to jump. It's only 500 feet. You gonna crash into the side of the mountain and the plane. It's at 400 feet now. 115 feet. 87 feet. 50 feet, 20 feet before impact, and everything about you get destroyed because you stayed on a plane with a parachute on. And we men in the States do it over and over and over and over. Doesn't matter what race, doesn't matter what age, doesn't matter what state you come from. All of us can relate to what I just said. all of us. And if you try to pretend like you can't relate to what I said, that means you ain't never been in a relationship, because men stay too long and women know it. And that's legal. That's legal. Women know most men are stupid enough to stay too long. He ain't gonna file for a divorce. That gives me time to file for a divorce. He ain't gonna circle his wagons. That gives me a chance to circle my wagons with my friends and my family and the kids. He ain't gonna tell the kids in advance, hey, I'm leaving your mama. So I get a chance to tell the kids, I'm leaving your daddy. He ain't gonna be in my face smiling and pretending like he still got love for me and knowing next week he gonna change the locks. He ain't changing no locks. Don't worry about it. I'll change the locks. And women know it. And all of us have been there. And some of y'all can sit back and pretend like, I ain't never been there. You ain't never been in a relationship. Because all you do, I don't know one man that's going to tell that lie. I left most women that I've been with. I was the one that left first. Negro, please, don't nobody believe you. And if you did do it, you 1 in a trillion. Because most men ain't you. So you an anomaly. So if you that 1 or 2 dudes that every time you had a relationship, you left first, cool. But you are an anomaly. You like a unicorn, a 4-leaf clover. You just something rare, okay? They might as well put you on the side of a Lucky Charms box of cereal, because you just lucky than a mother that every chick that you've been with, you left first. So don't come to me with the story as if your scenario is the norm. The norm is most of us are not even blindsided by divorce. We knew it was coming and we ignored it like some punks. That's what usually happens. Separations from a girlfriend or a divorce, we usually hang on with a parachute on. That's being a man in the United States. Y'all always trying to sugarcoat something, make it seem like we just heroic. My brother Kofa says this. He say, she took the kid from she took the kid from child source care, meaning we're talking about, shout out to you, Kofa. I didn't miss you, brother. Meaning the wife of Tigger when she was in B-More. I thought she took the child from child services foster care before. Oh, so the dad did get custody, but before he could get the kid, the little girl, 7 years old from foster care, Tigger's wife, when she was in B-More, took the kid before he could pick her up after getting custody. That's where the kidnapping comes from. Thanks, brother, for the clarity, gentlemen. Teamwork. I appreciate that, brother, for the clarity. My brother, Eat with the Rich. I like that name. He say, bro, do you really believe that all or most men understand the diabolicalness, I like how you spread it all the way out, of women? I do. I think we ignore it. I think most of us men still put women on this spiritual plane, my queens, goddesses, even if we don't use those terms or we think. I think white men put women on pedestals. I think black men put women on pedestals, and we don't treat them as human beings with flaws like we should. I really believe that. I really believe that we want women to have this golden aura about them. I really believe that we don't think our woman will be that type of woman. We want to believe that we got the Proverbs 31 woman of virtue. We want to believe, because here's the part. To accept that I'm not good at picking women is to accept that I got something I need to work on. And men, sometimes, most of us don't want to admit we ain't good when it comes to picking women. In other words, that's something we got to work on, right? That's something we got to work on. Some men aren't good with picking women, and some men aren't good when it's, and most men, I won't say most men are not good when it's time to leave women. That's why women leave us at an 80% clip. Women don't leave us because we're the bad guys. I'm going to say this again. Your woman does not leave you because you are a bad man. A lot of women tell you, I have left good men. The problem is men see the end is here and will stay another 3, 5. Bruh, my marriage was over maybe year 11. The divorce year, we were already separated for about 2 years. So let's not talk about those years. We were technically married 14 years, but once year 11 hit, we were done at year 12. I saw all the signs. I did not ignore them. I put my parachute on and let that plane go down on its own. Most stepdads do. I'm gonna say this again. Stepfathers are the only ones, step boyfriends are the only ones statistically that, and I'm just saying, at a 61% clip, they've already done the research. 61% of the time, stepdads are the ones that file for a divorce or the separation. Traditional men, you only do it at a 20 to 30% clip. So you regular everyday dudes, when it comes to a divorce, y'all too scared to file. Y'all see the red flags and y'all won't file. Stepfathers and step boyfriends, we do it at a 61% clip. We don't wait on women. We jump out the damn that. We about to put this parachute on. Yeah, it's good. We gonna open up that window. We jumping out that plane. I mean, we open up that door. And we jumping out that plane. While it's still at 50,000 feet. Stepdads ain't got no problem with staying. But the one thing I'm proud of stepdads ain't got no problem with leaving. I'm going to say that again. Stepdads are men that have no problem with staying and being there for them children and that woman. But the other beauty of stepfathers, statistically, we ain't never had a problem with leaving that woman and leaving them kids. We will leave in a 61%. 61% of, not saying 61% of stepdads leave. No, I didn't say that. I said 61% of when a divorce comes or a separation comes, meaning step boyfriends, we leave twice as likely as y'all who stay in traditional relationships and ain't no kids, or maybe your kids are involved. I do not think men are as stupid as we pretend to be. We know women throughout human history. There's too many records of women destroying men, from Mark Antony to Caesar. All throughout the Bible, there are women from Samson with Delilah. Spiritual books and hieroglyphics have been made. Statues and poems and songs have been made about how women can destroy a man. Some of the number one topics of warnings in the Bible is warning if I sit back and I say, okay, what's some of the top topics what God talked to us about? Okay, he warns you about the results of sin. Okay, cool, that's one of the top ones. Then okay, he warns you about this. He warns you about that. One of the top areas that he warns us about, money, yes. Another thing that he talks about constantly throughout the Bible and shows you examples of throughout the Bible. Watch what woman you let into your life and know when to let go of a woman. There are too many historical facts to prove that all coochie ain't good coochie. But we would rather play stupid I've done it. Many other guys have done it. And when you look back, you can say, some of you guys can sit back and say, you know what? F Dre. And some of you guys can say, he ain't lying. Yeah, I remember about 3 years before we divorced, we was always arguing about everything. Yeah, I remember. Or, yeah, he ain't lying. Because I remember that those last 2 years, we wasn't even having sex like that. We just watched television a lot. He ain't lying. You know what? He ain't lying. Because that's right around the time she started cheating, about 4 years before. Yeah, he ain't lying. You know what? He ain't lying, because them last 2 years, man, I was trying to smash everything on the streets, bro. I ain't even kidding about this marriage, man. And he ain't lying. No marriage, no relationship with your girlfriend or your lady friend ends on that day. That day is just the result of your relationship being over, bro. It's been over. It's been over. That relationship been over. So when men try to play stupid like we don't see it, man, come on, man. We just want to be the hero to save stuff. Men are built to be heroes. And we want to be a hero to save it. Men are built to be Mr. Fix It. If it's broken, I want to fix it. Right? And so we stay around and we think we can fix it. Bruh, grab your parachute, jump your tail off that plane. What are you doing trying to fix a plane? And it's 500. It is 500 feet before crashing into the bottom of a mountain. And you are still on the plane trying to fix it while you're wearing a parachute. We're funny. We're funny. So yeah, I do believe most men are not stupid. We're stupid enough to stay. But I don't think men are stupid or naive, or we don't see what's going on. We don't see the arguments increasing. We don't see the silent moment. I don't think men are stupid. We notice that we used to have sex every other day, and now we're having sex every other month. There are men out there right now in the United States that have sex 1 to 2 times a year, but still go to church on Sunday and take smiling photos. There are men that will find their wife kind of sneaking in the bathroom with her cell phone. There are men in the United States that see their woman has reactivated her Tinder account. That Tinder account has been activated in 7 years. Now that Tinder account is active. All of a sudden it's activated. But we want to pretend like we don't see what we see. So yes, the diabolicalness of women is right in our faces. But we pretend like we want to see what we see. And so we pay the piper for it. We pay the piper for it. Yeah, Leo, hey, us former stepdads, bruh, like I said, kudos to stepdads who step up to be stepdads. But I'm telling you, when it's over, stepdads we ain't got no problem with leaving. You regular dudes will hang around. Stepdads are out. Give us an excuse. We be waiting for an excuse. What? Your son dropped his ice cream on the floor. I want a divorce. Your son dropped his ice cream on the carpet again. I want a divorce. Yeah, while she's sleeping with other men, we know. It's over. He said there's no box that good. You would think, Wiley, you would think. You would think that there was no box that good. Dudes come out here with passports and fall in love with pay for play all day long. Dudes come out here and fall in love with pay for play all day long in these countries. It's box that's that good. I'm saying it again. There is box that good. No box is that good that will get me. Now, I like how you put that, because I'm the same way. There's no box that good to get me to deal with a woman, let alone marry a woman who has done that. Absolutely correct. Talking about Tigger's wife. DJ says this. He said, yeah, she's going to be wearing them stripes. Absolutely correct. Got to serve up to 30 of them things for kidnapping and be more. Wow. Shout out to Theo being in the building. I was trying to tell you a message earlier, Theo. I got some information for you. Men that leave first consistently should be studied. Yeah, seriously. Stepfathers leave. Stepfathers, boy, y'all be, hey, we be waiting around for it. It's like we be sitting around with our hand like this. I just want them kids to do one thing wrong. I just want somebody in this house, her kids. I want that dog to bark. If the dog bark wrong, I'm out. Stepfathers be lurking around the house. What y'all doing? All right. Yeah. Yeah. What y'all doing? Who told y'all? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. That's stepfathers. Y'all be giving hey, y'all give us stepdads in the United States. Y'all give us stepdads too much credit. Oh, he's a good man. It takes a real man to take on another man's responsibility. Y'all just don't be knowing. Stepdads be lurking around the house waiting for a reason to leave her. We ain't angels. If y'all think us stepdads are angels, y'all got the wrong group of men. Stepdads be like, what, huh? What? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want 2 big pieces of chicken. See, y'all regular dudes get one big piece of chicken. Stepdads be like, you better make me another big piece of chicken. I want 2 big pieces of chicken. All right. Stepdads do not care. He said, Dre, I need this preaching. Make sure I return back to Egypt. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Esco in the building, too. I'm serious, man. Stepdads be like, what? What you say? Do you know I would? All right. Okay. Don't make. Okay. Say it again. Say it again. Stepdads ain't got no problem with coming, but we ain't got no problem with leaving. You regular dudes ain't got no problem with coming into a relationship, but y'all will go down with the plane before y'all leave. Not stepfathers. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Shout out to you stepdads. Let's finish off the last part of this video with his brother when he finds out that all you guys that weren't here earlier, this video came out last year, like a year and a half ago. True story. This brother came home from work in a nice neighborhood, house he was paying for. His woman had got a domestic violence restraining order on him. He's never touched her. She's got the locks changed in the house. And so now the police are there to let him give him enough time to grab his things. That's why he's in the house. Grab his things and then get kicked out of the house. And so now he's sitting in his vehicle. I think this is like a few months later. And he's giving guys advice.
She should have to make an apology, a public apology. She should have to pay a very stiff fine.
So you're going to be evicted from this location. You're going to have to leave today, okay?
So I want to share a video because men and women both are victims, but I feel like when men are victims, nobody gives a fuck. And I've seen a video of a woman saying that, name one allegation that ruined a man's life. Let me show you this video, you guys, because I'm not gonna lie. You guys already know this. I'm so emotional right now and I'm watching it and it made me cry. I hate seeing people's whole life ruined over somebody lying, bro. Like, one thing I cannot stand is a woman who makes shit up. And then the fact that people believe it with no proof. Oh my God, bro. Watch.
Allegations ruin a man's life. Name one. Name one man whose life has been ruined by sexual assault allegation.
Suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent. They slandered my name. They fired my coach. I felt like all that was on me.
I ask all of you to wait and hear the truth before you label or condemn me. Don't treat me like a criminal, so I am innocent.
This morning, a rising Hollywood star facing allegations of domestic violence.
Next victim, star pitcher for the Dodgers. A text Lindsay Hill sent to a friend before she ever even met. What should I steal? She asked another in reference to visiting the house for the first time. The answer? Take his money.
I'm sure we're tired of the dimension. You say we're small and dimension. You're tired.
I want to pause this for a second. As you can tell, we're almost at the end of the video. I'm going to run this section back. These are all men that have been accused or charged with sexual assault, falsely accused in the United States. Let's run it back. Shout out to Tay-Tay.
No proof. Oh my God, bro. Watch.
Sexual allegations ruin a man's life. Name one. Name one man whose life has been ruined by sexual assault allegation.
Suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent. They slandered my name. They fired my coach. I felt like all that was on me.
I ask all of you to wait and hear the truth before you label or condemn me. Don't treat me like a criminal, so I am innocent.
This morning, a rising Hollywood star facing allegations of domestic violence.
Next victim, star pitcher for the Dodgers. A text Lindsay Hill sent to a friend before she ever even met. What should I steal? She asked another in reference to visiting the house for the first time. The answer? Take his money.
I'm sure we're tired of the dimension. You say we're small and dimension. You're tired of moving, nobody's thinking. You could be there's places to go. Crazy, there's Susie. All the things can't take us. Thinking that I'm so okay, girl, you're fine.
Do you know what makes me so sad? The fact that somebody could defame you, make up stuff, and they don't even research this shit enough. That's somebody's life. Could you imagine a man, oh man, playing football his whole life, becoming who he is, becoming a star, going through college, getting drafted, and then having one person say something about them and it's all tarnished and everybody believe her and believe all women.
This is a message for men all around the world who have been the victims of false allegations by women. It is time to speak up. It is time to tell your story. Stop hiding, speak up and tell your story. This is a message for women who never have or never will make a false allegation against a man. Thank you. This is a message for women who have thought about making a false allegation against a man. Don't. This is a message for women who have made false allegations against men. Your time is coming. We are going to find you and we are going to expose you.
All right. We did this live stream a lot longer than I expected to be. But this was a man or men talking to men conversation. I hope that this particular live stream causes us to realize that we are living in a new era. And how women see us is differently than how they saw our dads and our uncles. And there are a lot of women that are for us. I'll say this again. There are a lot of women that support good relationships, just like there are a lot of good men. But I'm telling you guys, the laws, man. I know y'all get tired of me harping on the laws, but I'm telling you, laws mean that the women can legally do these things to us. That's what I mean. It's legal. Everything that we saw today is legal. You see how crazy that sounds? We didn't see one woman do anything that was illegal. None of this video. We've been on here 5 hours, and in 5 hours, we saw not one woman do one thing to a man that was illegal. None of it was illegal. From child support to divorce to changing locks to false allegations. In the West, it's legal. Whether we want to accept it or not. So now the choice is up to us men. We can either jump out the plane safely with a parachute on, or we can do like we've been doing for the last 50 years, going down with the plane with the parachute on. Dave said this. He said, honestly, I'm not mature enough to deal with false allegations because I will crash out. Trust me. A lot of men do. And since we know that, we don't want to be dealing with that mess, let's try not to put ourselves in this situation. And a lot of times you guys say, well, I didn't see it in her in the beginning. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. We men know, bruh. You know from how she dresses to how she talks. You know to how she walks. You know from what neighborhood you met her in. All the signs were there that this chick ain't right for you. All her behavior, even when it's good, it is not parallel to what you really looking for in a life partner, in a woman for real. I don't like to use that word partner. In a woman for real, for real. You see it all. You saw she was only good for a quick smash. But you stayed for 3 years. Everything told you that baby mama was good for firehead. That's it. But because she had a sense of humor and she gave you 2 big pieces of chicken, you stuck with it. I just want us men to stop playing naive when we're not. So shout out to all you guys, man. I appreciate you gentlemen being here. Thanks for the supporting the channel. And I hope this channel supports us men. I really do. And I know sometimes I come across harsh and direct, but I say it because I love you. And I've been through a lot of what you guys see other men go through, and I don't want to see you go through it. So I got your backs, gentlemen. Tim says that doesn't matter your success, race, morality, religion, national, group of origin, political views. All men, all men can be a victim of a woman. That is so true. So true. All of us. Just because I'm married, that doesn't mean that doesn't keep me from being in a situation that it could happen to me. All of us. All right, gentlemen, let's do an outro video. Let's do an outro video, and I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. We can always do some belly dancing.